kick it, sweetheart. You kick it. Yeah, yeah.
He won the toss, mate.
He won the toss, did he?
මේක දෙන්න. රොටි ලුණු මිරිස් කාලා මුට කඩන්න ගත්තොත් එහෙම දැන් කන කට්ට දාන්න ඕනේ. ඔව්. ඕක තාත්තේ අපි
J-E-F-F, Jeff? Yep.
Eagle impact.
Yeah, yep. You don't want my last name? I think, see that lady there? Hey Nat, can you just spell my name out to this gentleman? Yeah, just write it down for him, Nat.
Richardson. R.T. Richardson.
Phone tiene que tener
Good morning everyone out there, and welcome to Soc TV Global. And today's match is between the Spirit of Cricket touring team of Sri Lanka 2025, and we're taking on the might of the Sri Lankan Army. And as you can see, we're playing at their number one ground here in Panagoda. And I've met the Major and the Colonel, and wow, we're very, very privileged to be here today. It's the perfect way to finish off a tour of Sri Lanka for our touring party. This is by far the best ground and best conditions that we've played on. There's a viewing area for the team, and air conditioned. And yes, we've got Jamie Pitt bowling again. And on strike, we've got Tanuja. And as you can see today, we're using the pink ball. We started the tour and played all previous games with red balls, but the guys just couldn't see the red ball on the green background. So pink ball today. And you may have caught the match report, or sorry, the pitch report earlier on. This wicket is an absolute belter. It's got a good covering of grass. It's rock hard. There was a bit of dew on it this morning, but the roller put paid to that, and it's going to be a belter later on this afternoon. That's a great shot played by Tanuja out to the deep point boundary for 4 runs, which takes the Sri Lankans onto, or the Sri Lankan Army team onto 16 for the loss of no wicket, with Tanuja now on 6 and Sahan at the other end is on 10. So a bit of background on the Sri Lankan team. We have been told they've got 3 guys under 50, and then about 8 or 9 players over 50. So the boys out there, the Spirit of Cricket team, are going to have their backs against the wall here, because I'm sure there's going to be some quality cricketers that will come across today as we look to try and take some early wickets here. And he's played a late cut shot there that's going to race away to the boundary again. The lightning fast ground here, and it goes over the rope now for 4 runs. So Tanuja now goes to 10 from 11. And just a little bit more background on the Sri Lankan Army. They are the Sri Lankan over 40s champions in the Masters competition that's organised by the Colombo Masters Cricket Association, and Mahesh D'Souza has coordinated that tournament, and they are quite proud that they're the Sri Lankan champions for that age group. So a lot of depth here. And playing a miss, and a good take there by Priyantha. Did not bounce at all, which was surprising, but that's the end of the over for Jamie Pitt. And his figures, I'll just get them up here in a minute. I'll come back to that in a minute. Yeah, so Jamie Pitt has bowled 2 overs, and he's got none for 15 currently. And Artie Richardson, don't you love that shuffle? It's great that we can capture that today. And a play and a miss outside off stump. That sat up and at one bounce, just fell short of the fielder there at cover, and I think that was David Newham, but I could be wrong. It might have been Kevin Mason actually. So Artie Richardson bowling his second last delivery of the over. Currently has none for 7 as it's pushed out to point and grabbed by Kevin Mason there, restricting the score to 1. So the last delivery of Artie Richardson's second over. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Oh, he's creating a bit of dust there too, Artie is. And a late cut there, worked down to third man for a single by Tanuja. And they've come back for 2. Great running there by Tanuja. Got a whopper. That sees the completion of the 4th over. And the Army team are now none for 25, going at a run rate of just over 6 and over. And we see Jamie Pitt continuing, taking the ball again, so he'll bowl his 3rd over. And as you can see, we're bowling 5 overs from one end, and then they'll rotate down to the other end. There is also a 30-metre circle as well, and that's worked down to fine leg. That's just backward a square. They'll pick up 1, not looking for the second. So they're now 26 without loss. For those people that are wondering how we came to play at this amazing oval today, it was with great support from Sanaka, who is here today watching us, and that's just fallen short of first slip. And he arranged contact with Major Gayan, who is the cricket coordinator here at the Panagoda complex. And for us to actually get in, we needed to provide all of our passport photos and our visas. And once again, it's worked just wide of the first slip, misfield by Mark Kratzman, picked up by Aman, and they scamper through for a quick single. Yeah, so to get in here, you need to provide passport photos, your visa, and you have to do it within 72 hours before you're actually coming in, so that they can go through and do a person check, I guess. A big shot there, well fielded there by Jason Hillman. Probably saved 4 runs then, so great job by him. And we've had a few requests from a few of the people back in Colombo to come out and watch our game today, but unfortunately we've asked a few questions, and unfortunately it takes 72 hours. Now, square cut for 4, misfield there. Oh no, there's a man down on the boundary, and Newey's down there as the boundary rider, so just 1 run. He's hiding in behind the grandstand here. We're actually sitting up right at the back of the grandstand. So great viewing area, just can't quite see that bottom left-hand corner. And a forward defensive shot caught the top of the bat, and that's the end of Jamie's 3rd over. And his current figures are 3 overs, none for 18. Currently going at 6, so a much better over there from Jamie. So be happy now that he's found his line and length. So as you can see, at the end of the 5th over, we change ends. And for those watching, you may notice the umpire at the left-hand side of the wicket is an Aussie umpire who's here for the World Cup over 50s. Jeff Charlesworth was one of the 3 umpires that came out of Australia to represent Australia at the over 50s World Cup. He's decided to put his hand up. He wanted to come out here today, and I'll tell you who the bowler is. It's Artie Richardson again. Yeah, and so Chiller, great man and great supporter of veterans cricket in Australia, and also the spirit of cricket. has come out here to give us a hand and obviously engage with another game of cricket. We see Artie Richardson's first delivery, forward defensive, backed up by the batsman at the bowler's end, but no run. Current score is 28, for the loss of no wicket. So we're playing a 40-over game here today, so hopefully everyone can get a fair chance. Forward defensive shot there, pushed out to cover and well fielded by Kevin Mason there. Hope you're enjoying the camera angles today. Side on was really the only place we could put the camera today. False start by Artie. Didn't quite get his shuffle start right. Cricket ball. And cramped up batsman Sahan there, who was looking to try and pull it around the corner, but it rushed onto him. That's a play and a miss. A great delivery there by Artie. He's been the find of the tour, to be honest. He's taken the new ball at every game that we've played, and he's doing a job for the team and one of the most popular players on tour. And a big appeal, probably going down leg or maybe a little bit too high. But yeah, I just saw the signal from Chiller. Definitely going down leg side. One of the best umpires in veterans cricket in Australia is our Jeff Charlesworth. And square cut to the deep point boundary. We've got Jeff Mays, or better known as Jonesy, for this tour. Fielded the ball and returned it back in. So if we have a look at the field placings here, if we start, and that was the end of Artie Richardson's over. So his figures, 3 overs, none for 11. So really quite economical once again. And we see, I think it's Jamie Pitt again. Yeah, so he's going to have a go from this, I guess we could call it the, I don't even know what we'll need to call it, an end. Maybe we call it the training net's end. Anyway, so he's going to have another go and start his 4th over. But as I said, we'll have a quick look at the field here. We've got a first slip, a short third man, backward point, cover, mid-off. An extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket. That's down the leg side, and Chiller shows us his armpit, so it's one more to the score. We've got a backward square as well. And there's probably one just here in front of us at deep mid-wicket, but I can't quite see it because we're at the back of the grandstand. Magnificent viewing. That's a big shot, and that's going to clear the fielder at long on, which is Artie Richardson, just over the top. And they come back for 2 runs. 2 runs to Sahan, takes him to 18 off 20 balls. So the guys have fought pretty hard here to bring back the run rate. At one stage it was up above 6 and over, but it's now back to 5, and the projected score is 208. That's a big hit, and it's just out to mid-on, fell short of Artie there. I lost sight of the ball there. I thought he'd really got onto it, but mistimed it and just dropped short of mid-on. Need to get my eyes checked, I think. It's been a long tour. So Tanuja is on strike. And I actually caught up with the coach of the Army team here, In fact, I think he's the coach of the Army team overall. Jonathan from England. We're hoping to get him up into the commentary box and have a bit of a chat to him, and he can give us a bit of background on what the program looks like here for the Sri Lankan Army. And there's quite a number of players that have come out of the Sri Lankan Army that have represented the Sri Lankan international team. And the play just down to short third man for a quick single. Well run, boys. Well fielded there by Aman. Takes the score to 34. Sahan is now 19 from 21, and Tanuja is 14 from 18 deliveries. And that's raced away down to third man for 4 runs. Magnificent shot. Too much width there from Jamie. So Sahan is now into the 20s, 23 from 22. And what's been amazing here is that a lot of the Army military, I guess commanders, colonels, have come out in their full uniform, which is great to see. Great experiences and lots of photos being taken by the boys. No single there. We got out here rather early. One, to beat the crazy traffic here in Sri Lanka this morning. This was the busiest day that we've seen on tour. It took us about an hour and a half to get out here, but we got here about 8:30 and then took in the facilities here and wandered around the grandstand and looked at all of the photos and checked out all the honour boards, the rooms. You have your own little timber cabinet where you can hang your clothes and sit in, put all your cricket gear in, so it's a fairly special place. So looks like Artie Richardson's coming back in to bowl his 4th over. Jamie Pitts now bowled 4 overs, none for 27. Little expensive, 6.75 economy rate. Current run rate is 5.4, and the Army veterans are none for 38. Look to get after that, but it's just raced down the mid-on. It's beaten the fielder. It's gone out towards the boundary. We've got Alan Bagur chasing it, but it goes over the ropes for 4 runs. Great effort by Al, and even greater effort at mid-on. Can't quite work out who that is. If I put a name to it, I'll get it wrong, so I won't say who it is. I think it was Jamie Pitt. There you go. So a good diving effort by Jamie, but Sydney harboured it, and it raced away to the boundary, but Al Bagur was a valiant effort to try and flick it back on the edge of the rope. So the score is 42 without loss after 7 overs. And Tanuja is looking to attack at every chance as he plays a forward defensive shot, squirts it out to point, and picked up by Aman Akbar, one of our USA touring players. And if you're considering coming on a tour, we don't just take Aussies. We'll take anyone who wants to travel, meet new friends, and play some amazing cricket on some amazing grounds. And that's a big hit out to deep mid-wicket. It's running away to the boundary, and it crosses the boundary now for 4. Still not middling it though, Tanuja. It looks like it's coming off the bottom of the bat, but playing some aggressive cricket here today. So he's now gone to 22 off 21 deliveries with 4 fours. But yes, if you are considering coming on a tour, reach out to us through our socials. We'll get back to you within a day. We've got a number of future tours planned. We're looking at potentially doing one to Sri Lanka. We're already here. We've nearly completed Sri Lanka. Looking to go to South Africa, maybe into the US. And that's a late cut there, and it's beaten Aman at short third man. They've only taken 1 run. So well fielded by Aman there to save a single. But yes, we've got a number of tours planned, so keep an eye out on our socials. If you haven't already joined us on our socials, find the Spirit of Cricket Facebook group. We also have a Facebook page. You can also register at our website. And a plain to miss outside off stump. Well bowled again then by Artie. I would say that this wicket probably won't suit his bowling, but he seems to be bowling a great line and length at the moment. But he's loved the clay pitches that we've played on. He's got a lot of spin there. And another play and a miss. He must be just drifting the ball away, or the batsman's playing down the wrong line. I can't really see from this angle, but a great over by Artie. Sees the completion of his 4th over, and he has good figures, fairly tidy figures, none for 20 with an economy rate of 5. And Sri Lankan Army veterans team, who are predominantly over 50s, but they've got 3 or 4 gentlemen who are about 47, 48. So Jamie Pitt looks like he's going to continue bowling from the training net's end. When we got here this morning, the curators they've got turf training facilities here, so they were out rolling what was really baked clay, but they were training. One of the junior teams, I think, had a training session there. And off the bottom of the bat again. I think Tanuja needs to get a new bat because it's making a terrible noise when he smashes the ball. And as I mentioned earlier, we're using the pink balls from RJR for the first time on tour, and squirted that out to mid-wicket for a single. And well fielded by the skipper, Mark Kratzman, restricting the score to 1. So we have a long on and a deep mid-wicket on the boundary. And forward defensive shot there from Sahan. And I think there may be one at deep square leg, but I'm not quite sure because that part of the ground is obscured by the top of the grandstand that we're sitting in at the moment. And that's gone down the field to Artie Richardson, and it just evades the outstretched arm and crosses the boundary for 4 runs. So as you can see, Sahan is prepared to take on the bowlers and hit straight down the ground, whether there's a fielder there or not. It's quite a long boundary, and I look at the 30-metre mark. There's probably a 65-metre boundary down there straight. Short ball, and that's raced away down to the boundary for another 4 runs. Short ball. And Chiller's just given somebody a wave. He's probably waving to his partner Nat, who's here with him on tour. And they've just spent a week at the Maldives, the lucky buggers. So great relaxing time for both of them. I'll catch up on all of the stories from the Maldives, no doubt, later today and obviously over the next week or so with the World Cup. And a back foot punch to cover. No run, fielded by Jason Hillman. So the current score is 56 at the completion of 9 overs, and they're currently going at 6.22 per over, and the projected score is now 249, and it looks like I've got a chocolate bar, and I think I'll probably have that. That'd be great. Thank you so much, Harry, our tour guide. Harry, while you're there, can I have a bottle of water too, please? Thank you so much. Yeah, Haley's Travel's been absolutely fantastic looking after us all tour. Nothing's a problem. They've coordinated all of our hotels, our coach, the lorry driver with all of our cricket gear that follows us to game days. We've been to a number of tourist attractions. We got to see turtles. We saw the devastation down south with from the tsunami from 2004 Boxing Day, and saw a monument down there that showed the height of the water that came through, and it's the water that came through was at 20 metres. So you can imagine the devastation. It took a long time for the communities down there in the south to rebuild. Obviously, Gore was protected around the fort, and we see Aman Akbar coming in to take his first over here at the Panagoda Oval against the Sri Lankan Army. But yes, the fort itself was protected by the wall. There was some damage, but we know the Gore Stadium was completely wiped out, so they've rebuilt that, and we got to spend a day two at the test match, and saw Steve Smith and Alex Carey both get hundreds. And for those that may have caught it, the Spirit of Cricket Tour flag made Channel 7 news, and another playing a miss outside off stump. You can see Tanuja is definitely looking to continue an attacking approach here today, and looking to take advantage of the field restrictions. Currently we have 3. We have a long off, long on, and deep mid wicket for defensive shot there from Tanuja. Good start to the over here by Aman, being one of the leading wicket takers on tour. Throws that ball up a little bit, and it's been smashed through the offside field and races over the boundary line for 4 runs. Magnificent cover drive there. That one definitely came out of the middle of the bat that time, but he's still not happy with his bat. I think we'll need to get him a new bat. It doesn't sound the best. So the score is now 60 for the Army, Sri Lankan Army side. Tanuja is now 28 with 5 fours at a run a ball. He's taking the pace off it a bit there, that time Aman, and another play and a miss outside the off stump. We've seen tea plantations, rubber tree harvesting. We've got to play at the fantastic Pusa Oval, where the number of World Cup games are played. Square cut, and well fielded by Jeff Mays there. They scamper through for another single, taking the score now to 61. The completion of 10 overs, and Aman's first over goes for 5 runs. So we're having a drinks break now at the completion of 10 overs. So just quickly, looking at the score, the Sri Lankan Army veterans team are currently 61 from 10 overs. Sahan Periz is 31 from 30 deliveries with 5 fours. And Tanuja Godnawathara is 29 from 30, and he's hit 5 fours. Both at a strike rate of up around that 100 mark. And current bowlers are Aman Akbar 1 over for 5, and Jamie Pitt has bowled 5 overs for 36. So I'll have a quick break here, get into this cashew chocolate bar which Harry brought up to me, and we'll come back to commence or continue our commentary just after the drinks break. Welcome back, and we've got Kevin Mason resuming or commencing his first over of the last game here live from the Panagoda Stadium, base of the Sri Lankan artillery, and Kevy is bowling his leg spin today, which is great to see, and a play and a miss. A little bit of bounce there too, and I'd say there'd be a little bit of grip. So Kevy's going to enjoy the conditions here today, I think. He's been chomping at the bit to get a long spell, and obviously it's a bit tougher with T20s. So today he's going to get his chance here. And a quicker delivery there. And a great catch. Absolutely great catch. And it's been caught brilliantly down low by Kevin Mason, and Jeff Charlesworth has indicated that yes, he did catch it. So that sees the end of Tanuja. A great wicket there by Kevy. Faster delivery after bowling a couple of leg spinners. So that's the break the Spirit of Cricket team were looking for, to get rid of Tanuja, who was looking to really start to power on and increase the tempo. So Kevy's still wringing his hand there because it was hit hard back at him, but yeah, brilliant catch. He's probably been the pick of the fielders after probably dropping a couple of catches early on the tour, but since those early drops, he's taken every catch that's come to him, and that was by far the most difficult catch that he's taken today. So brilliant work there by Kev. So first wicket goes down in the 10th, or the start of the 11th over, and the Army veterans are now 1 for 60. So we see the new batsman is the captain of the Sri Lankan Masters team, Lasith Thabru, and a big swing there, and it's probably either buys or an underside edge, but it's racing away to the boundary line. It's probably, I would say, buys, and there it is. Umpire sticks his arm in the air, and it's definitely buys. So it's a big swing early on in the game. So it'll be interesting to see how Kevy bowls against the left-hander. Most leg spin bowlers prefer to bowl to a right-hander because they can get the ball going away. But that's the end of a fantastic over by Kevy Mason. He now has the amazing figures of 1 over, 1 wicket for 2 runs. There's a couple of buys there as well. So 1 for 63 is the Sri Lankan Army veterans, with Sahan currently not out on 31, and Lasith, I believe they call him Lassie here. So Lassie is 2 from 3 deliveries. And we have a Aman Akbar continuing. So it's going to be spin from, I guess we could say both ends, but it's not. It's spin from one end. Yes, the conditions over here definitely favour the spin and pace off to type bowler. And our over 50s team is riddled with quite a number of bowlers that bowl nude nuts, offies, leggies, etc. So we see Aman commence his second over here. His first over went for 5 runs. And that's a great shot again by Sahan out to the boundary for 4 runs. Probably not the best way to start from Aman, but from a Sri Lankan Army point of view, that's the perfect start, because now they can wait for the bad ball but continue to work those singles around. So this is the last day of our tour. Tonight we'll see a a cocktail and canapé function to wrap up our tour, and we'll say farewell to the touring team, with players going back to the USA and also back to Australia. That's a better delivery. And there you go, there's that quick single. So the pressure's really going to be on Aman here with 4 off the first ball. And we've seen the intention of Lassie. His intention is not to obviously hang around too long. He's already tried to hoik Kevin Mason off his first ball to the deep mid-wicket boundary, but played and missed and went through for byes. So we have a look at the field positions here. We've got a backward square cover, extra cover, short cover, long off, long on, and played the sweep shot, and that's a wide. Anything down the leg side's being called a wide today. We have a mid-on, square leg, and a short fine leg. And there's an inside edge down to that man as we speak, and that gets Lassie off the mark. And it was fabulous to meet him today, and also to Major Gayan, who's the cricket coordinator here. What an amazing complex to be in charge of as part of his role within the Army. Forward defensive shot there by Sahan. Just waiting for that delivery, the right ball now, and obviously we saw his cover drive before. Magnificent shot. He's hit 6 fours out of his 36. And well bowled by Aman. A couple of dots in a row. Very watchful there from Zahan. Sees the completion of Aman's second over now, and he now has the figures of none for 12 from the 2 overs. So he fought back well after conceding that 4 off his first ball. We'll see Kevin Mason come back in and resume from the same end. And if you're watching us here on SOC TV Global, feel free to shout out and say hello. More than happy to engage with some chatting if you want a bit of a plug, or you want to ask any questions about the tours and what we've got planned with the Spirit of Cricket as we roll out our T20 Global Franchise tournaments around the world. We're launching our first one right here in Sri Lanka in June with 8 franchise teams, and then we'll head off to the US of A. And then continue around the world with franchise tournaments in South Africa, India, Pakistan, and then also Australia and the United Kingdom. So exciting times ahead for us here as Lassie hits the ball down to long on for 1. But yes, as I said, and then obviously once we've played all of those tournaments around the world, the winning team will head off to the Middle East for a place in the World Championship, which will be held, and the first prize is $100,000 to the winning franchise. So great opportunity there for over 50s cricketers as we see Kevy push that down the leg side, and the umpire signals wide to the scorers. But if you're an over 50s veterans cricketer anywhere in the world, this the ball is hit straight to cover, and a direct hit here, and he was going to be out. Just missed. You could see that on the replay there. Great fielding there by the skipper, Kratzy. Unfortunately, just missed the stumps there. So another single to Zahan takes him to 37. But if you are an over 50s cricketer and you're interested in playing in our T20 tournaments, watch the website for nomination process. No run there, and well fielded. Might talk more about that at the end of the over as we see Kevin Mason come in to bowl now. A quicker delivery and misfielded there by Aman. He's been hit on his doctor's finger, so need to keep an eye on that. And they scamper through for 2 runs to Lasith. Lasith looks to be a very attacking left-handed batsman, as you would expect, batting in the top order and taking that important position at number 3. A miss hit there, no run. Another great bit of fielding there. So that's the end of Kevin Mason's second over. He now has 2 overs, 1 for 7. Fantastic figures. We see Aman come back in and bowl. But yes, if you're an over 50s cricketer and you like your T20 cricket, there'll be a process where you'll nominate to go into a draft from one of the 7 conferences around the world. You can only play in one conference. And then if the 8 franchise owners come together, they will select their team from the players that nominate in the draft. And if you're lucky enough to be selected, you'll then go off and play in that conference within that country. And that's a square cut for 4, I would say. There's no one on the boundary out there at deep square leg. So Sahan now goes to 41 from 37 deliveries with 7 4s. But yes, there'll be a place on the website where you can nominate, and then obviously you'll get picked up in a franchise. As I said, the first conference will be held right here in Sri Lanka in June, and we're looking forward to rolling that conference structure and concept right around the world. And another play and a miss. Good delivery there by Aman. Well taken by Priantha. He's got the gloves on again today. That's a big hit. Over the top, down towards long on, and well fielded down there by Alan Bagur. Probably the best fielder in our squad, other than Kevy Mason. Very quick, and he's a young 63-year-old down there on the boundary line. And a play and a miss outside off stump by Zahan. So the current score for the Army veterans after we see this last delivery from Aman, we'll give you an update with the score. And a forward defensive shot. The score remains on 81 for the loss of 1 wicket after the 14th over. Zahan 43 off 42 balls, going to run a ball. He's smashed 7 boundaries, been very attacking. And Lasith, who's just come to the wicket, is 6 from 9. the captain of the Army Veterans team. So Aman Akbar has now bowled 3 overs and has none for 18. And Kevin Mason will once again bowl, and he'll take up the bowling for his 3rd over. Quicker delivery, worked by Lasith to mid-on, well fielded by Lockie Donovan. Sitting up here in the grandstand, there's a nice cool breeze blowing through here every now and then, so hopefully the players out there are feeling that breeze, and that's worked off the pad, probably for a leg by, and there's the signal. Score goes to 82 for the loss of 1 wicket, and the wicket taker is the one and only Kevin Mason, who's bowling right now. Looks like he's thrown away bowling his leg spin. He's really pushing them through now, trying to mix them up a little bit, catch the batsman off guard. But Sahan, obviously on 43, would definitely have his eye in now. Full toss and caught! Another great catch by Kevin Mason. He is on fire as he shakes his hand, and Sahan would be disappointed with that. He could have hit that to any part of the ground and smashed it directly back at Kevin Mason, who took an absolute blinder of a catch and now has the amazing figures of 2 for 7 from 2.4 overs. Fantastic innings though by the batsman coming off right now. Tanuja made 29 off 33 deliveries, and Zahan, who just lost his wicket, 43, both caught and bowled by Kevin Mason bowling his leg spin. But Zahan made 43, hit 7 fours off 44 balls. And we see the new batsman now coming in is Demetha Wickramasinghe. So, current score is 82 for the loss of 2 off 14.4 overs. And we might catch up with Jonathan, the coach of the Army team, at the end of this over, which will be fantastic to catch up with him, a man that's travelled the world playing and coaching cricket, now finds himself here in Sri Lanka, so looking forward to finding out about his journey. And playing a miss outside off stump, first ball that Demetha has faced. So the last delivery of Kevin Mason's 3rd over is about to take place. So great spell of bowling there by Kevin Mason so far. I'm sure he'll get another over, so it's not a spell, but he's bowled 3 overs and he's taken 2 for 7 and put the Spirit of Cricket boys back in the game now. They were obviously in desperate search of taking a wicket, and Kevin Mason's done just that, taking 2 wickets, both caught and bowled, both full tosses. And who said there's no future for bowling full tosses in cricket? They seem to take a lot of wickets.
What's going on? How are you? Not too bad, I'm Jason. Dave.
So we see the change of ends again as another 5 overs ticks by, and Aman has taken up bowling from what we've termed the practice wickets end. And I'm joined in the commentary box by, and I'm not sure of his exact title, but that's him on the pad, and it looked like it was fairly straight, but it wasn't a confident appeal. It was probably just how is that. But I'm joined by Jonathan Wright, who's the coach of the Army team here. I think it's good morning. Yes, still good morning here, Jonathan, and welcome to Sock TV Global. And what a magnificent day that we've got here, and wow, these facilities have blown us away.
Yeah, thanks, Telf. And welcome, first of all. Welcome to Sri Lanka. I know you've been here for a while, for quite a few days anyway. I think it's your 5th game, isn't it? Game 6, the 6th game. And you're right, this is magnificent weather, magnificent facilities, and this is the Army ground here in Panagoda. So it's a joy to have you and a joy to be here, yeah.
Thanks so much. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and I know it's not many touring teams get the opportunity to play at this magnificent ground, and hits him on the pad again, just pops out backward square, no run, probably was a single, but the batsman, the non-striker's end in Lassie wasn't backing up, so it's the current score is 2 for 83 as we get halfway through the 16th over. Naman Akbar comes into bowl, and that's gone down the leg side. I think it's probably just flicked his pad, I would think. Race down, and they'll run through for 2, and we'll see a leg by raised by Jeff Chiller Charlesworth, the Australian umpire, at the bowler's end. So, Jonathan, obviously I've detected in your accent it's not Sri Lankan, and I have detected an English accent, so maybe you could just share with the viewers a little bit of background of where your cricket journey's taken you.
Yeah, Telf, you're right. Definitely not Sri Lankan. Although I'm very, very happily married to a very beautiful Sri Lankan and have 2 magnificent kids as well. So I've been here for 15 years, to 17 actually, pushing 16 now, on and off. So yeah, born and raised in England. Came out to Australia as a very raw 18-year-old to Sydney, and that sort of started my sort of cricketing career really, in the sense of I played after school and played county under-19s, and came over to Australia, played in Sydney for Eastern Suburbs in Waverley. Had a wonderful summer on Bondi Beach and around there, and yeah, so you can imagine what that was like, and that kind of opened my eyes for everything global, I suppose. And then went back and played a season in Somerset, and then South Africa, and that was another life-changing move. I spent, in the end, after university, I spent almost 8 years there, and then decided I wanted to, travel a bit more and see this part of the world, Asia, and so just by chance, I was offered a role here in Sri Lanka, teaching at an international school and heading up a cricket foundation program there. And that was way back in 2008. So, and haven't left. I mean, there's been a few years we spent in India, and 4 wonderful years actually in Pakistan. But always Sri Lanka has been the base for me, and obviously for my wife as well. So, who's, as I said, she's from here down the road in just on the outskirts of Colombo. So yeah, and I've kind of adopted it as my home really. It's a beautiful island. I'm sure you've seen quite a lot of it in the last 12 days. We've been here before, some of you, and I just love it here. I absolutely love it, and we've settled here. My kids are in school here, and yeah, as you said, I was offered this role as head of the Army not too long ago actually, so it's quite a new role for me in that respect. And yeah, so the Army team play in the Premier Division here in the Sri Lankan Cricket Premier Division, and we've got a very good side. We're in the middle of trials for next season, which starts in a few months. But the young talent is phenomenal, and they're very, very disciplined. They're very hungry for the game. They're very passionate about the game, extremely fit, and yeah, it's great to be involved in that level of cricket, again, and to see, having grown up myself playing cricket, since I was a kid, to see these young guys come on with, a lot of them come from very humble, simple backgrounds, and yet they have such drive and respect for the game, and they're very knowledgeable about the game as well. So yeah, that's sort of my journey in a nutshell, so to speak, for the last 20 years, I suppose, 25 years really. And it's again, it's great to have you guys here and great to be here.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. Thanks so much for sharing that journey. And there's probably people out there listening that may have crossed paths with you in that journey where you've been playing county cricket in England and playing in Sydney as part of the East Cricket Club, and been into India and Pakistan and South Africa for that sake. We've got so many followers of the spirit of cricket right around the world. So if you know Jonathan, maybe reach out and say hello to him through our Facebook live stream on YouTube. And then he's run 3/4 of the way down and 3/4 of the way back, and they didn't get a run. So we'll just check the score here before we come back to Jonathan. The completion of the 17th over. We see the Sri Lankan Army veterans team 2 for 90, and Lasith is 12 from 15, and Demetha hasn't scored or troubled the scorers yet and has faced 10 deliveries, so he's finding it difficult to get the spinners away, but I'm sure that once he gets his eye in, will no doubt look to punish our bowlers to all parts of the boundary. So Jonathan, what was maybe just run us through the process. I know for a fact that Lasith out there was one of the people that interviewed you for the position, and maybe we could find out a little bit more about what the program is here for the Army and what's involved, and maybe just share us how you got that position and tell us what your week-to-week routine looks like.
Yeah, okay. So the army is set up obviously in regiments, as any army. It sort of follows the British system, and so each regiment has its own cricket team, and dotted around the country are official army grounds. This being the main one. There's another one just over the road, which belongs to the artillery. There's another one in Dombegode, which belongs to the ordnance, and so each one has its own ground, yeah. And so they represent their regiment. At the moment, we're in towards the end of the inter-regimental tournament, which is a sort of in itself it's an important tournament for the regiments, because of course they want to win it, but at the same time it's a good opportunity for the cricket committee, which oversees everything, to select next year's full army squad, which will initially be a shortlisting of 40 players, red ball 3-day, and then 50 over, 20 over white ball, and then from those 40 it will go into the main squad of 25 players, and from those 25 we'll select the 3-day red ball, which is the 3-day is the main competition, the main SLC at Sri Lanka, which is Sri Lanka cricket. So it's the main SLC tournament, and that on that basis you're promoted or relegated depending on how you do. So it's definitely a development program for Sri Lanka cricket. There's at the moment 5 current or ex-players that have played for Sri Lanka. Currently Mahesh Tikshna. I've got to get this right now. Anyway, I won't name all of them, but 2 of them still. You saw 2 of them in Gaul, I think, playing. Dinesh Chandimal played very well in the first test. I think he got runs in both of them actually. So he's part of the army, and there's a couple of others. Asela Gularatna. I hope I get these names right, because I've just joined. So he also has represented Sri Lanka in white ball format. So yeah, so how the job in itself was advertised, and someone who is was close to me, was said, look, you should go for it. Now you're settled in Sri Lanka, and so there was a 2-interview process with the director of sport from the army and the cricket committee, and we got on well, and we seemed to match their views of what they were required and my philosophy of coaching and building a team, and building a team culture, which I feel is very important. The nets and all that is the easy part, because you have the trainers and the batting coaches and that, but really uniting a team, I think, is extremely important for young, very good young players. They need to feel safe and focused, and you need to build an environment around that. So they seem to, our philosophies seem to match, put it that way.
Wonderful stuff. So there's definitely a pathway there for the soldiers that are coming through the army, I guess, to potentially go on and represent Sri Lanka on an international level, which is fantastic for, as you said, people that come from, not so well off economic backgrounds. So you are the head coach? Is that your title? Yes, so you are the head coach. Do you have a team of specialist coaches that you bring in from outside, or are there specialist coaches from within the army?
Yeah, I don't bring my coaches. I mean, there is a trend, isn't there, in a lot of the franchise cricket that take someone like Mickey Arthur or Ricky Ponting, who have done a lot in world cricket and are still doing a lot of them in world cricket. They would have their own team. Here it's slightly different. I don't really have too much say in what the support staff looks like. Most of them do come from within the army. The trainers, the physios, the masseurs, all of those things. The cricket committee itself, which does all the admin, that's all done. Because, of course, unlike other teams, this has very strict protocols and a very strict sort of hierarchy, which has to be followed, as opposed to, we'd like you to follow it. It's not a question of that. This is how it's going to be run. That doesn't impede on my coaching at all. It only in the sense of the sort of sense of discipline and hierarchy that the army has, and the Navy and the Air Force as well. They both have teams.
And we'll just go to a quick score check here. It's currently 2 for 97, as we're discussing all things Sri Lankan Army with their head coach Jonathan Wright, who's now full-time based in Sri Lanka, and well fielded there by Lockie Donovan, diving away to his right, and stopped the chance for any runs. And we'll just quickly go around the ground looking at the field. We've got a deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off. We have a short mid-on, wideish mid-off, mid-wicket, and that's gone for buys, I would say, wides down the leg side, and they'll come back for 2. So it's probably a missed stumping chance there by Priantha, unfortunately, although we haven't seen a signal from Jeff Charlesworth yet, so there must have been, it was off the bat, so sorry Priantha, it wasn't a missed stumping, so that's 2 more runs to the score. So at the end of the over, it's 2 for 99. Jonathan, another quick question, and obviously you've only been in the job a short time, and you being a POM, and I'm allowed to say that because I'm an Aussie, and that's what we call you guys, but what was the biggest challenge for you coming in to, I guess, a structure that is big on discipline, and obviously Sri Lankan players or Sri Lankan soldiers, and you being pretty much an outsider?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think always when you go into a new role, you have to bring a sense of your own confidence and your own beliefs in what you feel that you can bring. I definitely came in with the philosophy of I want to learn as much as I can, as quickly as I can about the setup and the structure, and I think that's one of the great things. I was saying to Gayan, who's the manager, I was saying to him yesterday, we were down in Dombegowda, and I was just saying that, watching so many matches as I have done in the last 6 weeks, and traveling around a lot of the country to see the players and to see the different regiments play, it's made me much more comfortable in terms of, you know, the players sort of got a sense of who I was, and were very open and I don't want to say respectful in that way, but you know what I mean. They were quite happy to have me there, and I felt that inclusion was very good. So yeah, I suppose the challenge is always like to fulfill the expectations. You know, I really want to do a good job for the young players, and you know, for the next couple of years, which my contract will last to, and then hopefully longer. You know, to get promoted to the very, very pinnacle of Sri Lankan cricket. I suppose that would be the biggest challenge will be to fulfill expectations, I think, for me personally, and to bring my own sense of coaching and love for the game, I think.
Fantastic. So we're speaking with Jonathan Wright, the coach of the Army Sri Lankan team, and then as I take the microphone, he picks up his binoculars because he's here to actually watch the two players out in the middle at the moment. It is a full-time role that he takes, and he takes it very seriously, and I've only met Jonathan probably about half an hour before the game, so it's great to catch up with him and get his insights into Sri Lankan cricket, specifically relating to the Army here. And we see Hemant bowling his first over here. Another USA member of our squad from downtown New York, I think. And that's another full toss. We're bowling a lot of those today, and that's worked out to the deep mid-wicket boundary for a well-walked single. And we now see Demetra's starting to get the scoreboard ticking along. 5 from 17, 40 over game. So we're nearly at the halfway mark, and we'll get to another opportunity to have a quick drinks break. And Lasith, the captain of the Sri Lankan Army team, is 17 from 22 with 1 boundary. And another single out to deep cover. Demetra goes to 6. So, Jonathan, what does your program look like on a weekly basis? You talk about watching a lot of games, but obviously you've got training sessions and skills sessions and probably a host of other things that you do during the week. Maybe you could share what your week looks like as the full-time Army coach.
Yeah, sure. So, as I said, the interregimental tournament is going into the semi-final stages on the 14th and 15th is the first semi-final, so a couple of days. So I'll be at that, and then there's a 1-day break, and then there's the second semi-final. So that's the 4 days coming up, and then there's a bit of a break until the final, and the white ball starts. So the white ball tournament is again that's a little bit different in the sense that they are playing at different grounds. So those grounds are a little bit further away, so that'll be more travelling, possibly overnight stays if we go as far as Coronagala, which is in the very centre, so where all the coconuts are, and it's very sort of rural up there. And then once that's finished, then we will go into selection. That would be, as I said earlier, the 40-man pre-squad selection. And then after the Sinhala and Tamil New Year, which happens in the middle of April, once that's a huge festival here, lasts 3 or 4 days, and that basically the whole country is focused on that then, irrespective of sort of religion, really. It transcends everything. So after that, then we'll go into the 40-man squad. Then we'll have a few training games, a few practice games, a few skill sessions, and then the selection committee will select the 25. And then once that's done, that really will be into full-time coaching, condition matches, fitness, and everything else that, you know, I suppose it would be a kind of pre-season, if you want to call it that. Although the seasons here is not like in Australia or England, where you start in March, the first games are in April, May, and in Aussie when is it? Like, yeah, it's a reverse, isn't it? November, December, isn't it? Yeah. October, yeah. Yeah. So I suppose that would be kind of like, as you would call it, pre-season. And then we have the inter-forces tournament. That's the Army, Navy, Air Force will play a triangular. And then we'll go into the Sri Lanka Cricket Premier Division tournament, which will be a 3-day red ball initially. And that's really when the major part of, the excitement, I suppose, of the cricket will start, because that's the very pinnacle of where we're at in the Army. And then there'll be the 50 over and the T20. Yeah.
Amazing. And obviously the selection process would be quite heated at times, I would guess, with making sure that the right players are selected. Do you have any input into the players that get selected, or are you purely there just as a coach? So do you have a selection role with your position?
The short answer is no, but it's not like I'm in the dark about it. We definitely will have with Lasith, Colonel Lasith Tabri, who's currently batting. We will have discussions, and it's definitely not, these are the players you're getting and you don't have a say. I mean, we will discuss, definitely, but ultimately he's the one that signs off the team. And we have a very, very good relationship, and I respect the work he's done previously, so I have no worries about his capabilities of selecting a very strong side. And it will definitely be done as a group. But yeah, ultimately I'm happy with the team or the squad that we get selected, so I'll be happy with that as well. Yeah.
So my next question for you, though, Jonathan, is obviously they go through that process and they select the players that will play the 3-day games, and then also the white ball games. Do the players get to travel the world and play against other countries? And if so, where have they travelled to? Do they stay within the Asian ring, or do they get to go to England and Australia and places like that?
I've only, as I said, been here a few months. I do know that they went to Pakistan. Ironically, when I was there, they played at the Lahore Gymkhana, which was just across the road from where I lived, and they were playing the Pakistan Armed Forces 11, I believe. I think that they would like to travel more with the cricket. I think with the current economic situation in Sri Lanka, it is very expensive, with the Sri Lankan rupee, to travel to places like Australia and England. And of course, the organisation of that as well is ample, as you know, organising so many things yourself. There is that, and then you've got all the extra things, because it's the Army. If you want to play Army in other countries, you have to get all of the red tape situation as well, and then all the other things as visas and so on. Yeah. So the short answer is I would love to take them to different parts of the world, and I guess we can just hope that we can. Yeah. Because definitely, without any question, the young guys that I've seen in the last month and a half, we could take on anyone, I reckon. Yeah, I really believe that. And as for international players, from young guys going on, I don't see why not, because there's a pathway there. Sri Lanka Army are striving to be, the very best professional club in the country. And I honestly don't see why not. And if we were, if I could wave a wand and get, a few $1 million sponsorships, I reckon we could show the world like what these young kids, I call them kids, they're 22, 23 kids basically, and just to show people what Sri Lanka, a tiny island, with a small population really, can achieve.
Thanks for that insight into the what your week looks like, and obviously the depth and the quality of players that are coming out of the Sri Lankan Army. I've got a question for you, and I won't pass the mic to you as we see Lockie Donovan now coming into the attack, bowling his right arm off spin, and he took a 5-for in the last game, so it'll be interesting to see as the balls hit down to long off and run round the fielder, and Artie Richardson's picked the ball up and returned it back in, and they completed 2 runs. So we have a tri-series between the Army, the Navy and the Air Force, Sri Lanka. Who normally wins that?
Well, I haven't seen one, so I don't know.
That's an easy
answer for you. I don't know. I know that the Army this year are going to be strong.
And then what time of the year did that take place?
It hasn't taken place yet. Since I've been here, I believe this year it's around June.
Wonderful.
Well, I think there's a committee meeting next week to decide the actual dates, yeah.
Very good. So we look out for June, which is when we'll be back here in Sri Lanka, so I might see if I can get out and watch that tri-series if it comes to fruition. As we see Lockie Donovan coming in again to bowl. And well fielded there by Mark Kratzman, the captain of the Spirit of Cricket team. And we've had our drinks break just prior to this over, and the current score sees the Sri Lankan Army team 2 for 109 with Lasith 21 from 25 and Demetha 8 from 21, who's currently on strike. And it flicks the pad and works its way out to a gully area. No run there. And I guess here's maybe one final question, because we'll let you go and you can just relax and watch the game. But of the players that you've seen coming through, and you've spoken about, the quality of player that's coming through, do you believe there's any current players in the squad, and you don't need to mention any names, that potentially have the opportunity to go on and represent Sri Lanka at international cricket?
I think yes. I think there is, to be quite honest. The as you saw in the last 2 tests, the Sri Lankan team are, they just lost their captain after a wonderful career. I think there's going to be a time where they're going to lose quite a few, maybe not quite a few, but a few players, due to wear and tear and, just getting older. Angelo Matthews has been around for a long time. And there's some good young players already in the side who maybe haven't quite formulated their places yet. So to answer your question, we've got quite a number of left-arm spinners which look very, very exciting. And what I like about a couple of them is that they're electric in the field. They're thinking about the game as they're bowling. They're bowling to a plan. They're setting their fields with the captains. They're intelligent cricketers, and they can bat. So there's a lot of very exciting young players who seem to be natural all-rounders. So I would, as I said, yeah. I mean, yes, by the sound. Yeah, I mean, you've always got to believe that these young players deserve, to be at least given the opportunity to show their skills, and that's where the Sri Lankan Army and can do that. I mean, there's obviously many clubs that also do the same. The Army is unique in the sense that it has that sense of discipline and rigor as well, that clubs not affiliated to the forces, I'm not saying they don't have that discipline. Of course they do. To play at that level, you need it. But it's already naturally there in the Army. There's a captain of one of the regiments looks to be a very, very good player, a pace bowler that bowled like the wind yesterday. And I tell you what, I would not like to be at the facing end when he's on fire. He looked. He must have been pushing 140. Wow. Yeah, and yeah, and he came off the other day, and I said to him, "Are you fit?" And he was like, "I've got a bit of the flu." And I was like, "Christ, I don't know, you're bowling, you're fully fit." But that's the thing about these kids, you know, they nothing phases them. You know, they don't have the latest boots. No. They don't have all these energy or Gatorade, or what do you call them? Protein shakes. You know, they'll come off and they'll have a water or coconut or, you know, a cup of tea or something, and then they'll get back on. And some of these spinners, you know, in this heat, you've seen how it is today. With the humidity, you know, it's pushing 35, 36. And they'll just bowl 15 over spells, and they'll just give nothing away, and they come off and they're bright. You know, you think, oh, you know, he's in the field, he's a bit tired. Nothing. No, nothing like that. You know, they are absolutely on it. And some of these guys, you know, the 2-day, it's 90 overs. And so if you've got if you've got a team that gets, you know, 230, 240, 250 in a day, you've been fielding for 90 overs in 36-degree heat. Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, they don't have ice baths. They don't have the things that modern day cricketers, you know, have. Okay, they've got masseurs and, you know, physios and that, but there's something very raw about the whole thing, which is exciting, and it's amazing to watch, you know, to see these guys go through that with a smile on their face and respectful. And, you know, I know one of your ethos is, you know, respect of the game and respect of opposition. There hasn't been, with the odd exception of a disappointment of a 50-50 decision, shall we say, there hasn't been any even hint of aggression, you know, verbal aggression or physical aggression, any more than just, you know, bowling very quickly or, you know, trying to get the opposition out. There hasn't been any sort of lack of spirit of the game, which I know you would like to hear, you know, as with your philosophies.
Oh, that's a drop catch. 2 hands for beginners, Hemant, sorry. So we've been joined by Jonathan Wright, the coach of the Sri Lankan Army cricket teams, and there's quite a number that he's responsible for. Maybe one last word from you about Sri Lankan cricket and Sri Lankan Army cricket in particular, and then we'll let you go and you can relax for the rest of the day.
Thanks. I mean, look, Sri Lankan cricket is a very vast topic, you know, and there are so many great things to enjoy. There are things undoubtedly that, you know, are a little bit disappointing at times, and not just in the results. But look, there's no question that there's talent here, and it is a bit of a cliche to say that. If you go to, you know, the villages and the smaller schools, I mean, obviously everyone in Sri Lanka cricket knows about Royal College and Ananda and St Thomas and Trinity and Kandy and you know, the names roll off the tongue, you know, very easily, as they do in South African schools, as they do in New Zealand and Australian schools. But it's the schools that you never really hear about that are producing these boys. And I must say one thing here. What we haven't discussed is female cricket as well. And the female, I'm not involved with the female women's army cricket, but there is a very passionate team of you know, female cricketers. And you know, Sri Lankan women cricket also have a very, you know, solid structure. I've watched, you know, a few of the girls come up from very young, who are now playing in the Sri Lankan side. So it's good to see you know, the boys and girls from Sri Lanka really taking cricket, you know, as they would do in this country. So I think Sri Lankan cricket has a bright future, and so long as the structure is kept positive, and the administration is how can I put this?
Managing the correct way.
Yes, I think that's a nice way of putting it. And I think, you know, the people that really care will know what I'm talking about and will hopefully agree, because there is a lot of talent, and overall it's a joy to be involved in Sri Lanka and in cricket in general. Yeah.
Wonderful, Jonathan. Thank you so much for joining us today and sharing both your cricket journey and also a bit of background on the Sri Lankan Army program that you are head coach of here. And just on the ladies' cricket before you go, I have 3 girls, all of whom play cricket, and they had no choice, of course, Jonathan, being a cricket tragic that I am. And I'm catching up with the captain of your Sri Lankan ladies team later on, and we're going to organise a photo with our team and their team, hopefully at the end of the day. So that's more engagement by our touring team. So look, once again, thank you so much for joining us today, and you have a great day.
Thank you very much, and I'm so glad you invited me on. It's a pleasure to talk to you, and love to see foreign teams come here and feel the love and the passion and the beauty of this wonderful island, of which I'm also a foreigner, but I'm proud to be a small part of it. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thanks very much, Jonathan. Cheers. Have a great day. There you have it, folks. Jonathan Wright, coach of the Sri Lankan Army cricket teams, plural. That was fantastic to catch up with him and find out more about not just the Sri Lankan Army, but Sri Lankan cricket in general. And we come back to the score and we see Lockie Donovan now into the attack. Current score is 3 for 122. And we saw the fall of the wicket in Lasith, the captain, who fell in the previous over, and he made 21 from 26 deliveries. And we now have the new batsman on strike, and Kanishka Jayawardena. There's a famous Sri Lankan name. And he's quickly raced to 8 from 9 deliveries. And Demetha still at the wicket, 11, a little bit slower on 26. And that's at the completion of the 23rd over, 123, for the loss of 3 wickets. So I hope you enjoyed that interview and synopsis and overview of Sri Lankan Army and Sri Lankan cricket, and obviously the journey of Jonathan Wright. Straight out of the UK and travelled the world, been to Australia, played with East Cricket Club in Sydney, and been into South Africa, Pakistan and India. So a man that's well travelled around the world. And we've got Kevin Mason relaying instructions to the boundary. I don't know what that was about, but we see Hemant bowling again. And that's smashed into his pad, and a big appeal. I think he was the only one that appealed, but the umpire was quick to put his finger up. So Hemant takes the wicket of the batsman that just came to the crease. And that was Kanishka Jayawardena. So the famous name departs, Jayawardena. So Hemant now has 2 wickets for 11 from 2 overs. So the spinner's doing the damage here. Hemant bowling some really tight lines. We saw a catch previously from the previous over taken by Mark Kratzman to dismiss Lasith, the Army captain. So the new batsman coming to the crease is Ujitha Kumara Morendo. And we might just call him Kumara, I think. So currently the Army team are 4 for 123. Current run rate of 5.31. A projected score of around the 212 mark, which on this ground will be quite a reasonable score. But we'll see how the, I guess the middle order navigates through these next 7 or 8 overs, and then I guess there'll be a push with the middle order and tail for that last 10 overs. Might just had a flat phone, so it's now charged. So we'll come back on and we'll see if we've got any engagement from any of our viewers currently. So big shout out to Pabuda Balasaria, obviously listening. He's said that we're doing a great job here. And if you are watching currently and you want to say hello to me, I'll give you a shout out and give you a bit of a mention. But our live stream's been well received all around the world. First couple of days we jumped up around 1,000 views for each of the games, and then we sort of dropped off as the World Cup started kicking in, and I noted that the first day of the World Cup there was about 30,000 views across all of the 7 games that were played. As we see a quick single taken out to cover. And that was wide delivery by Hermant. So Kumara just let the ball go. Did you get the wide? Yes. Very good. I was waving, but I'm not the scorer, I'm the commentator. And that ball smashed out to long on, where it's fielded by Artie Richardson, who shuffles, and then bowls the ball back to Hermant. And that's another over ticked off, completion of the 24th over. The Sri Lankan Army veterans team are 4 for 127, with Damitha Wickramasinghe 12 from 27, and Ujitha Kumara Morendo just the 1 run from 4 deliveries. What was quite amazing when we were having a chat to Jonathan Wright was the respect was high on the topic here, and obviously respect and discipline is quite high in the Sri Lankan Army, as we see a play and a miss outside the off stump from Kumara. But we definitely spoke off air about the spirit of cricket and our values, and that's obviously to play hard but fair, but also to respect everyone that participates in the games, whether it be your own teammates, your captain, your coach, the opposition, the umpires, the curators, everything. And everyone here that we've come across in Sri Lanka have all been so respectful, and it's great to see that our values that we uphold at the spirit of cricket are alive and well in this amazing country, Sri Lanka. And it's a pleasure that we're going to be launching our global T20 competition right here in Sri Lanka in June. That's a big hit. That's going to come up into the grandstands. Bang! And then nearly bounces off the window. A magical hit by Kumara. Sees the first 6 of the game. And that probably missed us by about 10 metres. But magic shot. So here comes the push from the Sri Lankans. And a forward defensive shot. Pushes back down the pitch, well fielded by Kevin Mason. But I get the feeling now that the Sri Lankan Army lads are about to hit the go button. Anything short or thrown up is going to get its what it deserves. And he goes again, straight down the ground, and it's a great catch. Caught in the armpit. Look, you can see he's still got it in his armpit. And I think that might have been Lockie Donovan. So I've just discovered that the catcher wasn't Lockie Donovan because he was bowling, of course. It was Alan Bagur. He's taken the catch, but in doing so, he's also split the webbing on his hand. So he's going to require some medical attention very quickly. And of course, we've got 2 doctors in the team, so we've got a surgeon and a general practitioner. So I'm sure that we'll get that taped up and stitched up either later tonight or this afternoon. So great catch, and Lockie now takes his first wicket. And he's now bowled 2.5 overs and has taken 1 for 18. And yes, Zed Spoon, David Newham, is in the team and is playing, but not sure whether he'll bowl today. But his knees are blown up. He may get a trundle later on, but I think he'll probably definitely get a hit. So hopefully that answers your question, and thanks so much for tuning in as we see the first ball from Hamal Karotta hit out to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 1. So the score is 5 for 134 at the completion of the 25th over, with Demetha 12 from 27 and Hamal 1 off his first delivery that he's faced. So we have bowling change and the completion of another 5 over stint, so we jump to the other end. And as we speak, we see Jeff Stoward coming on, bowl his left arm mediums, and he's bowled some amazing balls during the week, but he's also bowled some, as he says, some absolute shockers. So we'll see how Jeffrey goes today. Another valuable member of the touring party, and he's definitely engaged with the locals here. Yesterday he was out there, he found an elephant farm in downtown Colombo. Went out and got some photos, and he's definitely engaged with the local Sri Lankan culture. So he'll bowl left arm, probably over the wicket, I would say. So first delivery from Jeff was a dot ball, well fielded by Kevy. Out at deep, or probably not deep, mid-off. And a wide for the second delivery. They scamper through for a single there. 5 for 136. Great lines there from Jeff Stoward. He'll look to do a job here. We have a deep cover. We have a long off, long on. I'm sure there's someone here square of the wicket, and we have a short third man, cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, and a single out to mid-off. Slight misfield there from Kev Mason, but he recovers, and they only stay on the 1 run. was listening to the commentary from the young guy from the Australian-Pakistan yesterday game in the World Cup, and such enthralling to listen to his commentary right throughout the day. He's got me covered, that's for sure, but I'm not sure of his name, but I'm going to try and find him through the course of the World Cup over the next couple of weeks while I'm still here in Sri Lanka, and see if we can catch up and maybe do an interview with the young guy. I think he was South African, but we'll find out a little bit more about him later in the week as we see the ball hit out to the long on boundary. Fielded by Artie Richardson out there for 1 run. Takes the score to 5 for 139 as we see the last ball of Jeff's first over. And that's a wide, so he'll get the opportunity to have another go at that last ball. You'll also notice that we're using the pink ball today, and they've been supplied by RJR Sports out of the Sunshine Coast. And he looked for a quick single, but Jeff's quickly onto that. So that's the completion of a great over there by Jeff. And his first over went for 6 runs. But the balls that we've been using right throughout the tour have been absolutely fantastic. First-class, high-quality balls, and some of the balls probably got a little bit scuffed up, especially on some of those rolled mud pitches that we played on at the Panagoda number 2 oval. But definitely held up extremely well in the 40-over games at Pusa. And then also the balls that we used yesterday down at Aaron's Park. So that was, and what an experience that was. I think everyone had a swim in the pool at the end of either their bowling spell or their batting, or even if they weren't out in the field, they were just sitting in the pool, cooling off and staying cool, and obviously staying hydrated as well, which is a very important part of playing cricket over here in Sri Lanka. We've been told to drink a minimum of 2 litres of water a day if we're playing cricket. So we have 2 eskies full of cold water, and the boys are hopping into that at every opportunity that they do get. As we see Hermant continue on for his 4th over, and he currently has the ideal figures. He starts with the wide, but he has the ideal figures now of 2 wickets for 15 with that wide off his 3 overs. So doing quite a good job there with an economy rate of 5. So we see the ball pushed out to long on, and Artie Richardson sprints in off the boundary line and shuffle, bowls the ball back to Hermant for 1 run. Score goes to 142 for 5. So the projected total currently still sitting at about 217. That's a short ball down the leg side and called a wide by Jeff Charlesworth from Spot On Hose and Fittings. And it's an absolute pleasure to have you here today, Jeffrey. And we wish you well in the games that you get to umpire in the World Cup while you're here in Sri Lanka with your beautiful partner, Nat. And a play to miss outside off stump. Not taken cleanly by Priyantha, but no runs from that delivery. I think Jeff is umpiring. I think there's a quick single to cover. But I think Jeff is umpiring a total of 5, maybe 6 games through the World Cup. So great experience for him now on the international panel of the IMC. So another little feather in his cap. I think yesterday he umpired the Welsh game. He thoroughly enjoyed that. As we see a big hit down the ground to long on. Artie Richardson runs in off the boundary line. Shuffle, bowls it back to the Hermant, who looks to ping it towards the keeper, but refrains from that. The score is now 145 for 5 with 1 ball remaining in the over. Pace off delivery and another quick single out to cover. Sees the completion of the 27th over. And the Sri Lankan Army veterans team are now 5 for 146 with Hamal Karota 5 from 7 and Damitha Wickramasinghe 15 from 33 deliveries. Really sheet anchoring the innings here. And Jeff Stoward will continue his overs. Stoward is bowling, yes. Current run rate is 5.4 and over. 5 wickets in hand. 13 overs to be bowled by the Spirit of Cricket team. Hope you're enjoying our live streaming here today from the very magnificent Paragoda Stadium inside. And a big swing and a play and a miss. Must have been far away from the stumps from Damitha, looking to obviously up the ante here. It looks like Priyantha's going to put the helmet on and come up to the stumps. So he'll have his work cut out here if there's anything thrown down the leg side by Jeff, but I'm sure the Doc, as he's affectionately known within the team, will do the job of making sure there's no wides or missed. And there's a no ball, so that's off the pitch altogether. So Jeff's just struggling a little bit with his line. So I've just been informed by Harry, our tour guide, that Alan Bagore's being taken to the closest hospital to have some stitches done for his webbing, and a pull shot out to the mid-wicket boundary just in front of square, and well fielded by David Newen for 1 run. So just an update on Alan. He split his webbing in successfully taking that catch. And unfortunately, he split his webbing and he's now just heading off to a hospital to have the stitches done, as we see another extra added to the total. So the Army veterans are now at 149, 1 more for their 150. So we wish Alan all the best as he is taken to the hospital, but I'm sure he'll be back. A square cut for 4. That's going to get through and race away to the boundary line. It's a great shot there by Hamal. Takes him to 9 from 8 deliveries. So they continue to push on here, the Army team. And they're hoping, obviously, to set a reasonable target for the Spirit of Cricket team to chase. Currently projected total is 220. It's fluctuated around that for the last 5 or 6 overs. And that's short down the leg side, and Hamal's got onto that and flicked it down to fine leg for another boundary 4. Brings up the 150 for the Sri Lankan Army veterans. 5 for 157. With Hamal now racing along to 13 and Damitha currently sitting on 16. And Jeff's figures currently are 1.4 overs, none for 17. And we see a leading edge there, pops out just on the offside. No run. So last delivery coming up for Jeff. And a big shout out to all those people in around the world listening to my dulcet tones, but also more importantly watching the live streaming action coming from the Panagoda Oval here in Harana in Sri Lanka. And that's the completion of Jeff's spell. 2 overs for 18. And we'll see Lockie Donovan looks like he's striding to the delivery crease or the bowling crease to take up the next over. With Demetha on strike, 16 from 36 with a strike rate of 44. So he needs to start to get a little bit of a wriggle on now. The overs are disappearing quickly with just 12 overs remaining in this first innings of this game. I'm not sure if you're picking up the sound effects, but there's plenty of crows in Sri Lanka. We've got one just sitting up here in the grandstand having a bit of a chatter. And Lockie Donovan is the bowler. As I said, Lockie took 5 for the other day. And hit firmly to short cover where it's well fielded by Jamie Pitt for no run. And I can hear the bus going off, obviously with Alan in the bus, to see if I can get his... a reverse sweep and well fielded again by Jamie. Probably saved 4 runs there. That's the first sign of a reverse sweep, and well picked up by Hermand with the deflection from Jamie, who did a great job at mid-wicket diving to his left and saved a definite 4. So you can see now the intent with 5 wickets in hand. The Sri Lankan Army now are looking to push the button and go hard. And that's a lofted ball down the ground. It'll fall short of Kevin Mason down at long off. And an underarm throw back into Lockie. Sees a single. Takes the score to 159 for 5. With Demetha on 16 and Hamal on 15. Well bowled by Lockie there. Dots it up. Forward defensive shot. Sorry, the score is 5 for 160. Waiting for the scorers just to catch up. And that's a big hit. That's going to clear the boundary again. That's gone 20 metres over the rope for 6. Stick 'em up, Chiller. Show us your armpits. And he does just that. So great aggression shown here by Hamal Karathota. And the current score is 5 for 166. And I don't know what's happening down there on the boundary, but everyone's just... a round of applause from the guys out on the ground. I don't know what's happened there, but I'm sure I'll find out later on. So the last delivery of Lockie's 4th over. He's thrown it up again. It's gone in the air just to the left of Jamie Pitt and crosses the boundary line now for another 4 runs. A great over there by the Army, Sri Lankan Army team as they race to 5 for 170 with the projected score now climbing to 234. So it'll be interesting to see where they end up if they set a total of above the 230 mark. And their intent is quite clear here now. I'm sure Mark Kratzman, the skipper of the the Spirit of Cricket team, will start to pull some bowling changes. As I see, Jeff Stoward will not go for his 3rd over, but Kevin Mason's now been brought back into the attack with 2 wickets. So Kevin Mason is the bowler. So I'm not sure whether he'll bowl his leg spin or whether he'll look to bowl those fast off breaks that he tends to bowl. So one more over before we have another drinks break here, as we see Kevin Mason coming back into the bowling attack. And I'll be interested to see if he is prepared to throw it up. And we've got fielders scattered all around the ground. We've got a deep cover, a long on, long off. We've got a deep mid-wicket, backward square. And definitely bowling his darts. I hope he's prepared to throw one up here to Demetha, who is the less aggressive of the two batsmen. But yet there's another dart ball, dots it up again. Dots are vitally important at this time of the game. Current run rate is 5.8, with the Army veterans at 5 for 170 as we look to come towards the end of our 30 over period, and that's hit to backward square leg. Well stopped there by David Newham. They will still scamper back for 2. And Newey punches his hand his right fist into his left palm in frustration. Definitely one of those guys in the team with 100% commitment to the best interest of the team. Another quicker delivery by Kevy outside the off stump, playing a miss. You can see there's protection now out on the deep point boundary. And he's picked that up over mid-wicket. There is a fielder out there in Jason Hillman. He picks the ball up. They come back for 2 runs. A relay throw. And an easy 2. And they scamper through for a misfield here. Taking that 3rd run cheekily. With Mark Kratzman backing up and Hemant. Just deflected off the Prayantha Mudaliga's pads. So 3 runs there, so Kevy a bit disappointed in that. But sloppy fielding by the boys. They'll be getting tired now. It's, as I said, quite humid. I'm not sure of the temperature, and the ball is hit down to long on for a single by Hamal, who goes to 26 from 17 deliveries. And that's the completion of the 30th over. We'll take a short drinks break, but before we do, we'll do a quick wrap up of the scorecard and then come back for the last 10 overs. So the Army veterans lost the toss. Mark Kratzman won the toss and sent them in, and Tanuja and Sahan both got the Army off to a flyer, with Tanuja making 29 from 33, Sahan 43 from 44. Lasith, the captain, 21 from 26. And the other batsmen out so far are Kanishka Jayawardena, 7. And Ujitha Kumara Morendo for 7. And the current batsmen still at the crease are Demetha Wickramasinghe, 22. And Hamal is on 26, and we'll just quickly go through the bowling figures for the Spirit of Cricket team. Jamie Pitt has bowled 5 overs for 36. Artie Richardson, 4 overs for 20. And Aman Akbar, 5 overs for 22. Kevin Mason, probably the pick of the bowlers, bowled 6 overs and taken 2 for 23. Closely followed by Atavia Hemant, who's bowled 4 overs and taken 2 for 20. And the other wicket taker, Lachlan Donovan, has bowled 4 overs, quite expensive today, taken 1 for 31. And Jeff Stoward had 2 overs for 18. So there's a wrap of the card. The current score is 176 for 5 at the completion of the 30th over, and we'll be back shortly to look at the last 10 overs. Welcome back. Quick drinks break, toilet break. All the things that old men have to do. As we see the ball work down to, I'm assuming that's fine leg down there. And I think they've run for 3. As we see Jeff Stoward taking up the attack again. So the current score is 5 for 179. Projected score is 237 now, so it's going up all the time. And another flick of the wrist out to deep backward square for 1 single. Takes the score to 180. So at the current run rate of 5.9, we'll see a projected score of 237. So I think the Sri Lankan Army would be looking to go well above the 250 mark with wickets in hand. And he dances down the wicket and goes bang straight down the ground. Artie Richardson races around the boundary line, dives, outstretched and saves the 4, saving 2 runs. He picks himself up. Fantastic effort there by Artie. Brilliant work and saved 2 runs. So Hamal's definitely looking to get after the bowlers here. He's striking at 163. Very wristy action. You see the flick of the wrist there trying to whip it out through mid-wicket, but obviously got a bit of a leading edge there and squirted it down to mid-on. Stoward into bowl again. He pulls it back out to deep mid-wicket and well fielded out there by Jamie Pitt for a single. There's big gaps everywhere on this magnificent ground. It's a hard ground for Mark Kratzman to set fields to. And he throws it up there. And he got back in time, I think. Oh, Chiller's given it the old, we'll go to the DRS. Unfortunately, we don't have replay here, do we? And the live streaming boys say, no, we don't. So the benefit of the doubt goes to the batsman always with Jeff Charlesworth. But he did throw it up there, Lockie, so it did take a while to get through to the keeper. So unfortunately, Priyantha had to wait for the ball to get behind the stumps before he could whip the bails off. And in that time, the batsman obviously got back into his crease. I'm sure that decision will be replayed over and over again at the completion of the day's play. But knowing Jeff and the way he umpires, he calls it as he sees it, and I'm sure he'll tell me, oh, it was clearly in. He clearly got back 12, so. Anyway, so we have Kevin Mason bowling again, and bowling his dart balls, full toss on leg stump, whipped away to the boundary for 4 just in front of the fielder. Full tosses on the leg side are probably not the ideal delivery at this time of the day, Kev. But anyway, the intent is clearly there now from the Sri Lankan Army, racing to 5 for 187, and the run rate is increasing every over now. It's up to 6. Projected scores 240. So they're on the charge here, the Army. And playing a beautiful cut shot, but straight to the fieldsman. I'm loving watching Hamal bat. Such a classy, whippy action, and he was down on one knee playing that cut shot. Come on, Kevy. Give us a leggy. Throw one up. Entice him down the wicket. No. Reverse sweep. And that's going to race away to the boundary for 4. Hamal is a class batsman, there's no doubt about that, with reverse sweeps and sweeps to both sides of the ground, making it just about impossible for Kratzy to set fields to, and obviously for Kev to bowl to and obviously defend. So Hamal now races to 40 from just 24 deliveries with 5 fours and 1 massive 6. that he hit into the grandstand here, and a current strike rate of 166, doing the job that the Sri Lankan Army need him to do. Another full toss, and that's gone straight to the fielder. One bounce, unfortunately, down there on the boundary, so they pretty much walked through for a single. Hamal now goes to 41, and Demetha, who's been there for a long time, 23 from 44 deliveries with a strike rate of 52. We'll see what his intent is now that we're into the last back end of the last 10 overs. He's coming down the crease, and not out again. Unfortunately, I could see that he got back here, got back into the crease. So an opportunity missed there. But very quick on the feet, the Sri Lankans. You can see their intent is to get down the crease, but then they're extremely fast to get back into behind the crease. So 192 for 5 with the last delivery of Kevin Mason's over. Another full toss, and he's out stumped this time. Great bit of work there by Priyantha Mudaliga. Had a lot of practices to get it right, and this time he was able to whip the bars off in time before Demetha got back in for a very steady but well compiled 23 runs from 45 deliveries. Didn't trouble the boundary at all, but held the innings together to ensure that they could now make the charge with the tail now exposed to the Spirit of Cricket team. So the current score is 6 for 192, and that's Kevin Mason's third wicket of the innings, and now has the best figures of 3 for 32 from 7 overs with an economy rate of 4.5. And the new batsman makes his way out to the crease, and we'll find out who that is shortly as the live scorers catch up, and we see another official Army gentleman walking up, looking splendid in his uniform with all of his military badges on, and coming up to check out the score. They're everywhere here today. It's fantastic. I'm looking forward to the innings break and ducking downstairs and obviously catching up with a lot of the people. They're all smiles and all happy, and they love their cricket in Sri Lanka, not just here at the Army, but everywhere we've been made welcome. And I guess I could take this moment to say thank you to everyone that's allowed the Spirit of Cricket touring team to come to Sri Lanka. Maze D'Souza, Deepal Agama, Sanaka Sinaratni, just to name a few of the people that have made this tour an absolute pleasure. And of course Haley's Travel, who've been here to assist us at every minute of the day, whether it be at 4 a.m. in the morning or at the middle of the day. And obviously they're currently taking Alan Bagura to... No, it's not Alan Bagura. No, sorry. Alan Bagura to the hospital to have some stitches done with a split webbing from a brilliant catch that he took on the boundary line. He ended up actually catching the ball in his armpit, while he was obviously concerned more about his webbing, but great catch. So he's taken one for the team today, and I'm sure he'll let us know all about it on his return from the hospital. So Artie Richardson's the bowler. Sorry about that. Everyone should know that it's Artie Richardson with his little shuffle. So apologies for that. So he's coming back to bowl the start of his 5th over. And a forward defensive shot from Amal. He'll be looking to obviously take a lot of the strike from here on in and see if he can push well above the 50 mark and get his 50 and get to raise his bat. And the new batsman is Mangala Mahadana, maybe. Another reverse, a sweep down to the boundary. It won't go all the way for 4, so they'll lamble through for a comfortable 2 to take the score to 194 for 6. And Artie Richardson's figures currently looking pretty tidy. He'd obviously like to have a wicket in the wickets column, but he's currently bowled 4.4 overs and taken none for 22. Quicker delivery and a play and a miss outside off stump. Mal trying to be too cute there. Obviously there's a big gap down at third man. We've got probably a backward point on the ring. We've got a deep backward square. We've got a mid wicket, a deep mid wicket, mid on, long off, cover. And he dances down the pitch. It comes off his pad and squirts out to mid wicket. Probably for a leg bye maybe. No, he must have got some bat onto that. So that takes the score now to 195 at the completion of the 33rd over. And we see Artie Richardson complete his 5th over and has the figures of none for 23, and Kevy Mason is coming in off the long on boundary to resume bowling from the entrance end. So Hamal is now on 44 from 31, and Mangala is yet to face a delivery. And as I suggested in the previous over, that Hamal will now look to probably take most of the bowling, as we now have just 7 overs remaining. And Kevin Mason's now going to bowl his 8th over. Let's see if he can pick up 1 or 2 wickets now and maybe get a bag on tour here in Sri Lanka. And that's a beautiful shot down to third man, another late cut by Hamal. He looked to do that in the previous over. And picked up and thrown back into keeper Priyantha for 2 runs. So 197 for 6. See the Sri Lankan Army Masters or Veterans team. Combination of about 8 or so over 50s guys and 2 or 3 47-year-olds. And he's flicked that up and over. Very wristy looking shot. Lovely to watch. And just for a single out to deep mid-wicket and well fielded there by Jamie Pitt. The score goes to 198 as Mangala Mayadana takes set to face his first delivery from Kevin Mason, who'll be looking for some cheap wickets here. And a play and a miss outside off stump, short outside off stump, so that was one that probably got away from the Sri Lankan 11. Oh, and I think that was a drop catch by Priyantha. That would have been Kevin Mason's 4th wicket of the innings. Bowled exceptionally well here today, even though I think he's only bowled 1 over of leg spin. The rest of the time he's been bowling these little dart balls. And it was another chance gone begging. And a dive from Mark Kratzman out on the boundary line as Artie Richardson comes in around the boundary line, flicks it back with his right hand. Very well done there by Artie and picked up by Jamie Pitt, who relays the throw back into Kevy Mason. Brilliant work down there by Artie Richardson, throwing his body on the line and saved 2 runs there. So that sees Mangala off the mark now with 2 from 3 deliveries. As Kevy bowls his last ball here, and it gets hit out to Jamie Pitt on the deep mid-wicket boundary for 1. And that's the end of Kevin Mason's spell. Finished with wonderful figures. 3 wickets, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 38 with an economy rate of 4.75. Well done, Kevy Mason. A great way to finish your Sri Lankan tour as far as your bowling is concerned. And then hopefully you'll get the opportunity to wield the willow with the bat in the second innings, which will commence at the completion of the 40th over. We'll stop for probably a half hour to 40-minute lunch break, of which today I believe we've got club sandwiches. So that's going to be something quite different. Up until today we've had casseroles and chicken and curries, and it's been amazing. So we see Artie Richardson continuing, and that's hit Mangala on the pads, but obviously angling down the leg side. No real appeal from either keeper or bowler, probably more from the mid-wicket square of the wicket fielders. So the current score is 6 for 201, and well stopped there by Artie, so no run again. Sorry, I missed the Sri Lankan 200. I think I must have got a bit excited with the brilliant fielding by Artie Richardson down on the boundary line, but we see him now at bowling. Shuffle, 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 dust in the air, and he comes into bowl, and another hit down the ground, and it'll be cut off with a size 10 boot from Mark Kratzman for just one run, so the score goes to 202. It was great catching up with Jonathan Wright, the coach of the Sri Lankan Army earlier, to get the insights of all things Sri Lankan Army cricket-wise, but also to discover about his cricket journey from England right around the world through South Africa, Australia, India, Pakistan, and now obviously based here in Sri Lanka. As Artie comes into bowl, and nearly a ramp shot there. He's run right across in front of the crease. He's got all the shots, has Amal, and that's gone all the way to the boundary line. Amazing shot when you consider the pace of the bowling of Artie Richardson, just bowling slow off-spin bowling, but to generate the speed from that, and that brings up his 50. So congratulations to Amal for an excellent and well-made 51 from just 34 deliveries, 6 fours, and one magical 6 into the grandstand. So definitely the top batsman here for Sri Lankan Army today. We'll see what Artie Richardson can do here, and a sweep shot there, and that's probably going to race away, although there's a fielder out on the boundary line. He's picked the ball up, and he's thrown the ball in, and they've come back quite easily for 2 runs there to take the score to 208. And last delivery of Artie's 6th over. So the projected score still sitting currently at around the 240 mark. And he's punched that down the ground. Hamal, back foot drive to long on, well fielded by Kevy Mason, who restricts the scoring to 1. And I'm hearing from Alan Bagur that they're going to stitch his Alan Bagur's webbing. And I guess that's shows how bad the split webbing was. Having done that previously before, it's not an easy thing to recover from. Obviously you need to wait for the skin to repair, so he's probably 4 weeks, but that's probably not going to be ideal. But knowing Al, he'll probably still want to have a hit and bat with his fingers taped together, I guess. We'll wait and see what the situation is once he returns from the hospital. But great news that he is being seen to at a nearby Sri Lankan hospital. So big shout out to those people looking after our boys. So 6 for 209 at the end of the 35th over, with Hamal just recently completing his 54 and Mangala 4 from just 7 deliveries. Aman Akbar is the new bowler, who will come on to bowl his 6th over, who now has the figures of 5 overs none for 22. Quite economical, and normally gets the job at the end of the innings to try and restrict the batting side's score. So current field, We have a short third man. We have a deep cover, mid off, long on. Mid wicket back on the straightish mid wicket back on the 30-metre ring. We have a backward square. We have a deep mid wicket, and we have a short fine leg on the 30-metre ring as Aman Akbar comes in to bowl. And a cut played low. So Hamal's prepared to take the single at this stage. So it'll be interesting to see if Mangala can get off strike and get him back on. And that's a nick down to fine leg. So I could see that Chiller indicated there was a little bit of bat on that, fielded by Jason Hillman, and restricted the score to 1 run. So the score now is 6 for 211. Projected score is 239. And another great shot there by Hamal out to the square point boundary. And he comes back for 2 runs. Well fielded by Jamie Pitt. It's a long boundary out there. To be best part of, wow, there's the 30-metre ring. It's probably the best part of 70 metres to the boundary. So big ground here. The boys are going to definitely be feeling it out in the field. It's quite warm again here at Harana, at the Panagoda. Another reverse sweep. He's mishit that one. And a throw by the Doc. And they've no one backing up, so they've scampered back for 2, which keeps Hamal on strike. 2 runs to him. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here from Sock TV Global. If you want to have a shout out, feel free to put into the comments section, and I'll give you a bit of a plug that you're watching us here live on Sock TV Global as we see Haman smash the ball down to long off for 1 run. So with 1 ball remaining in Haman's 6th over, the score is 6 for 216. And as I said, Alan Bagur has been taken to hospital to have his web stitched after taking a great catch, but unfortunately split his webbing. As we see the Doc and that last delivery, a play and a miss by Mangala, and Priyantha whipped the bails off, but the back foot never left the ground, so good take there. And it looks like Hemant is going to bowl the last over, or sorry, not the last over, the next over. The 37th over. So with 4 overs to go, the Sri Lankan Army team would be hoping to get their score up to around 250 with 4 wickets still in hand. The current projected score is sitting around the 240 mark, and they're 6 for 216 with 4 overs to go. And that's a big hit there. It's gone out to the boundary line, but there is a fielder there, and it's well fielded there. And they look for the second run, but unfortunately Mangala wasn't looking for that second run. Hamal wanted to get back on strike for obvious reasons, because he's the man that's been doing all the damage here today. 59 runs from 41 deliveries. And that's a big hit. Out to the boundary again, same position. Well fielded again there by, I think it's David Newham down there on the boundary line. I can't quite see from here, but we'll make that assumption. So definitely throwing the bat at every delivery here. We see Hamal back on strike. What's he going to bring out of his bag of tricks this delivery? A late cut, playing a miss outside off stump, but there's the intent. He's looking to hit those gaps. If he doesn't have the opportunity to free his hands, he's looking at late cuts or reverse sweeps to pick up a couple of runs or hit a boundary down behind the keeper. We've got a short fine leg and a short third man as well. As a reverse sweep there, it's gone up into the air, and it's just one bounce over the boundary. That's a massive hit out there. That's the best part of 70 metres for a reverse sweep shot. What an amazing shot. Giving Jamie Pitt out on the boundary no chance to even get near it to cut it off. Takes the score now to 63 off just 43 deliveries. Hamal Karathoda, what an amazing innings he's producing here. And I'm looking to think that he's going to go another reverse sweep, but no, he's gone big straight down the ground, and that's going to clear the boundary again out at deep mid-wicket for 6. Put your arms up, Chiller. Well done, mate. So here comes the punch from the Sri Lankan army via the way of Hamal Karathoda. That's 2 big 6s now. Best part of 70 metres. We're enjoying this from the commentary box, I tell you. I know the boys out in the park won't be, but this is just amazing batting. Where's he going this time? He's danced down the pitch. He's gone and he's hit the gap again. No, he hasn't. He's missed field down on the boundary for 4 runs. And that's takes him to 73. And it looks like he's going to retire. Oh, what a great gesture. He's obviously had enough fun and he's going to give some of his teammates a go. So very well batted to Amal Karathoda. 73 runs from just 45 deliveries. 2 mammoth 6s. 8 4s. A reverse sweep that went for 1 bounce to a 70-metre boundary for 4. Fantastic innings, and I'm hoping that everyone's showing their congratulations for what was just an amazing innings. Hamal Karathoda, hats off to you, mate. That's the best innings we've seen all tour. Saving the best till last here. One for our Spirit of Cricket tourists here at the Panagoda Stadium in Harana, inside the Sri Lankan Army Artillery Barracks. It's been an absolute pleasure being a part of this game today. And that's an outside edge from Mangala. And there's a misfield again. No one's backing up. It's nearly like European Cricket League here at the moment. The boys need to pick their game up as we have just 3 overs remaining now. 18 deliveries, now 17. The projected score is now raced to 252, but we've now lost the batsman. And that's a hoik out to mid-wicket. 1 bounce. And Mark Kratzmann's picked the ball up there and returned it back into Humand, who's currently bowling his 7th over and has the figures of none for 30. We have Asitha Rathalaka on strike, and he dances down the wicket and he's stumped brilliantly by the doctor. The intent was there, obviously, by Asitha to keep pushing on and push that score up to that 252 mark, but very crafty bowling there by Aman Akbar, who takes his first wicket of the innings, and a brilliant piece of stumping, wicket-keeping work with the stumping there by Priyantha Mudaliga to remove the batsman who didn't trouble the scorers. And that now sees the Sri Lankan Army veterans team 7 for 235 off 37.3 overs. So just 15 deliveries remaining, 3 wickets in hand. Projected score with a current run rate of 6.27 will see the Army team end up around that 251, 250 mark let's see what the Spirit of Cricket team can do here with Aman Akbar currently bowling his 7th over and now has the figures of 1 for 30. And just waiting for the scorers to let us know who the current bowler is. And a play and a miss. Oh no, he's played down to third man for a single off the first ball. 235 for 7. Big shout out to all the people that are listening or watching us here on SOC TV Global. Hope we're doing the job for you to keep you up to date with our last game. And that's a play and a miss, a big swing, and another great piece of keeping work there by Priyantha Mudaliga as he whips the bails off. But unfortunately the batsmen remain behind the crease. So dot balls. That's a whip away to the deep square boundary, fielded by Mark Kratzmann, who overarms the ball back to Amal, and that's the end of his over, the end of his 7th over, and he now has the figures of 1 for 32 with an economy rate of 4.57, and the Sri Lankan Army veterans team now moved to 7 for 237. 2 overs remaining now. Looks like Hemant is going to bowl the penultimate over here. As we see the highlights come up on the screen. You can see the stars of the show, but we'll give you a full rundown at the completion of this innings. As Hemant bowls his 2nd over, and that's gone deep. And there's a man under it, and he's taken a great catch down on the bat. Dear, sorry about that. Mark Kratzmann's taken a great catch on the boundary. And the bowler was Hemant, and the catcher was Mark Kratzmann. So that sees the 8th wicket fall here for the Sri Lankan Army. We were told that their tail doesn't wag, but I tell you what, they've done a pretty good job today. So it's 8 for 237. Gayantha Kabararu Gagamawa, or something like that. I'm sure it's not even close, but he's on 1, and the new batsman's come out. Looks like number 58. I don't know who that is, but we're just getting someone to find out who that new batsman is. So Hemant now has 3 for 36 from his 5 overs as he looks to bowl his 2nd delivery of his 6th over, and he dots that up. We've got the Sri Lankan Army ladies team here, and that's just short of Kevin Mason, who pings the ball. There's no one backing up. The batsmen haven't run through for an extra run. So great work there by Kratzy to keep the scoring to just 1 run. Bit of an erratic throw there by Kevin Mason. So Hemant, with 2 deliveries remaining in this penultimate over, sees a score at 8 for 238 for the Sri Lankan Army veterans team. And out to Kevin Mason again, who threatens to throw down the stumps, but this time refrains from releasing the ball and underarms back to Artie Richardson is the bowler. And that's a big hit, and that's a 6. Show us your armpits, Chiller. He loves the camera. Does our Chiller. And that's gone bang, bang, listen. Oh, it's hit the stadium on the full and bounced back out into the centre of the ground. You may have picked that up through the sound effects there. And they're on the charge now. With just 7 balls remaining, Artie Richardson bowling the last over. currently it's showing that Hemant is bowling, but unfortunately that penultimate over was Artie Richardson. So my apologies there to the scorers, but they're giving me the thumbs up and they'll fix that up and rectify it. So we'll fly blind for this last over, but I'll call it as I see it. We've got Aman Akbar bowling the last over as he comes in now. And a big swing. Not well taken there by Priyantha, but the bails came off. The batsman never left the crease, so no chance of a stumping. But the best part for the Spirit of Cricket team is it was a dot ball. He's danced down the wicket, looking for a quick single here. Picked up by Kevy Mason, and they scamper through for a run, taking the score now to 238 for 8. Or is it 238 for 7? Don't know. It's total chaos here. Big swing. Come off the toe of the bat and just drop down at the keeper's feet. So that's 3 balls gone in the over. And the scorers here are playing catch up here, so that's my fault as Aman comes in to bowl the fourth ball, and that's hit over the top of Kevin Mason out towards the boundary line. He's chasing hard after it. He picks it up. Look at the dust coming up from the ground. You wouldn't think it was dusty, but obviously the heat has baked it dry this afternoon or through the course of the morning, and they get 2 runs, taking the score to 240. So I think there's just 2 balls remaining now. And that's a big hit, big swing, but nothing. No runs. Comes off the body and squirts out to short point, and Priyantha Mudaliga races round to stop any runs being scored. So I believe this is the last ball of the over, but that's a big hit down the ground. And it's gone across the boundary for 4 runs. So that's the end of the innings. And they finish with a 4. And I'm going to assume that they're up above the 250 mark at this stage. We'll wait for the scorers to play catch up. 257 is the final score by the Sri Lankan Army veterans team. So they'd be extremely happy with that. So the Spirit of Cricket team has the job ahead of them. They'll have a quick lunch break of about half hour to 40 minutes. So we'll quickly give you a bit of a rundown here of the scoreboard. And we see, if we go back to the start of the day, at the toss of the coin, Mark Kratzman called heads after 5 consecutive tails were tossed here in Sri Lanka, and he said a head's got to come up. So we called heads and won the toss and sent Sri Lankan Army into bat, and they compiled 8 for 257, I believe. 257 is the score, is it? Anyway, we'll run through the batting lineup, or the batting card. So Tanuja Godawatha, 29 from 33. Sahan Pariz, 43 from 44. Lasith Fabru, the captain, 21 from 26. Looked very good and looked to want to get on with it. We had Damitha Wickramasinghe, 23 from 46. And Kanishka Jayawardena, 7 from 10. And Ujitha Kumara Mirando, 7 from just 9 deliveries. And Hamal Karotha, what an innings that we got to witness here today. He retired and he made 73 runs from just 45 deliveries, playing all the shots in the book, hitting reverse sweeps, ramp shots, and he hit 8 4s and 2 massive 6s into the grandstand here at the Panagoda Oval Stadium in Harana. It was a magic knock, and look, he retired to give some of his teammates a bit of a hit at the end, which was a magnificent gesture by the Sri Lankan Army team and specifically Hamal. But I'm sure that the orders came as they do in Sri Lankan Army from the boundary line. So great gesture by them. Mangala Mayadana, 10 from 15. Asitha Ranthalaka was stumped brilliantly by Priyantha for 1. And Gayantha ended up 19 not out from just 8 deliveries with 1 4 and 2 big sixes. You might have heard one of them hit the concrete stadium up here in the grandstand. And Oshan Silva remained 2 not out from just 4 deliveries. And I believe the score, from what I've been told, is 257. Is that correct, scorers? Yep, 257 for 8. A quick rundown of the bowling figures for the Spirit of Cricket team. We saw Jamie Pitt open the bowling, and he bowled 5 overs for 36 runs. Artie Richardson bowled 7 overs and took 1 for 44. Got a little bit of a tickle up in that last over there with some big 6s and 4s and some sloppy fielding from the Spirit of Cricket team. Aman Akbar bowled 8 overs and also got a little bit of tickle on as well in those last few overs, took 1 for 39. And Kevin Mason, obviously the pick of the bowlers today, bowled 8 overs and took 3 for 38, getting the first 2 Sri Lankan Army wickets caught and bowled from full tosses. And I'm sure that both batsmen would be kicking themselves for hitting them back to Kevin. And brilliant catch. The brilliant catch was first one down low, smashed hard, and both catches, I know Kevy was wringing his hand afterwards. So well done to you, Kevin. Fabulous tour bowling both your off spin and also your leg spin. Atavia Hemant, a welcome addition to the touring party, bowled 5 overs today and took 2 for 36. Lachlan Donovan bowled just 4 overs today, a little bit more expensive than usual, and took 1 for 31. And Jeff Stoward bowled 3 overs and took none for 25. So there's a wrap of the card. Hope you've enjoyed the first innings. I can see the curating staff out on the ground, currently sweeping. Got the light concrete roller out there, remarking the line. So we'll be back here very shortly to resume play for the run chase by the Spirit of Cricket touring team of Sri Lanka 2025. Thanks for joining us. I'm Anthony Telfer.
කවුරුහරි කැප් එකක් දෙනවා. ආටි කැප් එක. සර් ගියා? ඔව්.
Yeah, so no more food. I've given you lots. Enough food for you.
නෑ මේ මම බැලුවේ ලයියාද යනවනේ ලයියර කියලා ගෙන්න ගන්න. තේරෙ ටික. අරගෙන දෙන්න. ඇති ඇති.
ready. Huh?
When is it? 2-8? Up 2-8. Mark? When you go there? Yeah, you're out here, aren't you? Yeah. So you're going to miss the final function then? When is that? Tonight, 8 to 10. Is it where at? Our final function. I'll be there from 8 to 9. At the Grand School, canapes and sorry. Cocktails and canapes. Shot close for the day. You're giving yourself a massage there, are you? Are you massaging yourself? You are, you're massaging yourself. I don't pay you to massage yourself. Yeah, yourself. Doc's woken up. So what was the clapping and cheering when the ball went over here? Everyone clapped on the ground when the ball came back. I don't know. They threw the ball back in because obviously it hit the six.
Oh no, that's when he got stuck on the net. Oh mate.
Oh, okay. Oh, hit it.
Yeah.
Right.
But Jason had a fan club down.
So, do we want to do a photo now, or do we want to do it at the end of the game? Well, I want to make sure we get a photo at the end of the game, all right? Yeah. Everyone's staying there with the whites after that. I also want to get a photo with their ladies. Yeah, I've asked the captain, she's going to organise it. A long sleeve and colour. You want a long sleeve at all?
Yeah. I long sleeve will go in the bar. Mine'll be a farm
Not yet.
now.
Not yet.
With the cattle. He's got a saying about 800, but he can run more because he's got probably country. So he can grow food. Mine's just forest. 800 acres of forest.
Oh, when you leave.
Good gun ranges. Bulldoze in a gun range. Bulldoze in a gun range.
Who's opening?
Yeah.
Do you want any photos?
And about
You've got Sinatra out here who's desperate to bowl at you.
little wild cage on the yeah. The plumber just said, I've just finished the house. Toilet's in here. Yeah. Yeah, right.
We can set up a live
In and over. I nearly tripped over him on the way down. He's got a full belly. I'll give him fucking half a bucket. He was going to open the chicken. How do you know? He's got a spot on him.
He's not even touching the ground with his ass. Sitting on.
He's resting on his kangaroo house. Look at that big fucking small. Oh, not this yet, mate. I'll just let it break. Well, I'll do over, say, 5 on. Yeah, no, someone else has said like this next quarter. Who hasn't done it yet? No one going to do it. Jason's already had a go. Okay, fair enough. I was just trying to make Jeff Mays do it. He comes at the middle last chance. You won't go last chance. It's distant. That's it. Harder you go. Yes. he doesn't. He told me he did. Oh, okay. Who does he play for then? No one wrote a letter to the Connecticut president saying he's got a suspect action.
No ball.
That's always a question, you know. Yeah. No. අපි අන්තිමට ගානේ ෆයිනල්. අන්තිම ඉවරයි ඊට පස්සේ ඉවරයි.
They'll be back.
Yeah, there'll be more, Doc. Don't worry. Just save it.
Just be careful the one I've been, you've got massive balls.
Because it's that far off the ground.
You'd be naughty, would you?
Bro, stop looking in the shower, you do.
Who's five?
Panic 5.
Amar. I do fucking know. Who's five?
Who knows?
Yeah, it's on the chat, mate.
Can someone get a quick photo?
No, I shouldn't give a fuck.
I haven't got my camera, sorry boys.
You people in your photos who want to...
We'll do that next time. Then you're on Facebook.
Here we go. Let's get a photo.
Red color ne?
Well, get the whole team.
Check keep in here. And
Have a like you too. Don't get them, boys.
Hey, Lockie's clear now with A.
Whoa! Whoa! What did he bruise on his avocado?
Chance to everyone.
He said they're doing sports in one day.
collected all this.
I think so. I'm just putting one of these well. Next week you're going to be flying like that. I'm sure they're scared
All in readiness now for the start of the Spirit of Cricket Chaser 257. Opening batting for the Spirit is Kevin Mason and Hemat.
Reverse sweep, straight up, brother. Leave a little. Jeff's given me one, he told me he was. find any dogs?
Oh no, 13 because Al
Ooh. First ball got through reasonably quickly. Jammed down by Kevin Mason and no run. Again through to the keeper.
At least the shit that comes out of my mouth. Have you learned that by now? Wait till I go into my chair.
Oh, big appeal there. Not out.
Never gives them.
Bowling for the Army side is Athisa Rantanlaka. Sorry, mate, if I've got that wrong. In again. Short, outside of stump. Attempted cut from Kevy. And a miss through to the keeper. Oh, another very useful delivery there. Mason jamming down on it. Little half shout. Not out. Push just wide at mid-off. Misfield there at mid-off. And they'll come back for the 2. And we'll finish the first over. The Spirit of Cricket, none for 2. Hemat to take strike for the second over for the Spirit of Cricket, fresh off a 27 at the Aaron's Field. A couple of lusty blows towards the end, and a very good 27 it was.
Fine dogs.
Bowling for the Army side is Ujitha Kamara Marindo. Oh, way down to fine leg. Dead ball called by Chiller. No shot offered there by Hemat. You get to have another look. Ball did look to move a little bit in the air. In again. Squirted away to mid-wicket. A bit of an inside edge. And now Himat's off the mark now. Short outside of stump. I think Kevy was looking at Chiller for possibly a wide there, but it wasn't given. Chiller's teaching Kevy how to bat. End result was a no run. Again through to the keeper. Here's the opening bowling partnership. It seemed pretty skillful. They're both getting the ball through nicely. In again, bowling to Mason. Lets that one go outside the off stump. No run. Forced through the offside. Mid-off picks up. Just a single. Haymunt looking for the misfield there, but it wasn't to be. End of the second over. Spirit of Cricket moves on to 4 for the loss of no wicket. Flashed over the top, down through third man, and 4 runs to Kevin Mason. I think Chiller might claim credit for that, for his batting tips. Because of the change in the field, third man goes back onto the fence now. So allowing that one to go through to the keeper.
Move into the line of the ball, Kerry.
Another nice shot from Kevy Mason through the covers, and that's 4 runs. Really nicely played that. Along the ground the whole way. Never anything but. Let's see that in again. Oh, that one seemed to get up a bit on Kevin. Comes off the gloves. Just away on the leg side. There's no fielder there, so easily through for a single. Brings Haymet back onto strike. 2 balls remaining in the over. Sita with 11 off his first over and 4 balls. It's a little bit expensive considering he's bowled quite well. In now. Edge and taken. Oh, great catch by the keeper. Diving away to his left. We have come across some wonderful keeping this trip, and this bloke is no exception. Fine edge by Haymet. He's probably taken that in front of where a second slip may be. Really athletic. Spirit of Cricket losing their first wicket. Score of 13 on the board. New batsman at the crease is Jeff Stoward. Promoted up the order today. Get some time in the middle. Oh, we may have had a... well, we may have missed a ball there. Umpires had called over during that. So Ujitha comes in, bowling to Mason. That ball seemed to come back sharply to Kevy. Jammed down on it, no run. In again. Forced away on the leg side this time, just straight of the mid-on fielder who's a little bit wide. He comes through for a single. Brings Stoward on to face his first ball. First ball whistles past Jeff into the keeper's hands. No run. In again. Oh, another one. Another good nut. Again past the batsman and through to the keeper. Same result. Short outside off stump, that one. Stoward attempting cut shot. A little bit late on it. And again through to the keeper. Oh, keeper's missed that one. Collected by a fine leg fielder and back to the keeper, a single by. That'll finish the 4th over. The Spirit of Cricket 1 for 15. Mason on 13. And Stoward yet to score. Sita to continue, it appears. Jeff will get his first look at Asita. Might be a yard quicker than the other guy. Ujita. Yeah, it's hit him on the body, that one. Short-ish from Asita. It's collected Jeff probably in the mid-drift. Possibly a bit of glove, I'm not sure. It's getting a little bit of a, having a little bit of a chat with Chiller, possibly discussing length. And the next one is right up in the block hole and squeezed out there by Stoward. No run. Bit of a challenge here for Jeff. Some good bowling. Reasonably sharp. Oh, away on the offside. For the cover fielder, but he's deep enough that the batsman comes through for one. So Stoward off the mark. Brings Kevy Mason back on strike. Oh, played a miss there by Mason. It's well bowled again. It's a really good spell, this one. Asita bowling well. Having all the batsmen in a little bit of trouble. And again, played away just backward of point, no run. Last ball of the over coming up. In now, bowling to Mason. Oh, little inside edge through the legs into that little gap on the onside, but there's no run. That'll conclude the fifth over. Score on 16, 1 wicket down. The Spirit of Cricket boys will be looking forward to a change of bowler. I'm not sure that we're going to get one just yet. Well, possibly. There is a change of bowler. Hisanta Kumara. Will bowl, also right arm over. Bowling to Stoward. Taller fellow. Seems a yard or two slower, but coming from a bigger height. First ball's allowed to go through to the keeper, and there's no run. Oh, swing and a miss there. Attempted cut shot from Stoward. Fortunately for him, no contact. Through to the keeper. No run. Possibly that extra bit of bounce by Nicenta. Saving Stoward there. In again. Oh, and a little flirty shot there by Jeff. Probably needs to put that one away. A little bit too full for that shot. Didn't pass through much above stump height. And it was a little attempted cut shot, I guess you'd call it. Again, attempted cut. No run. Mason goes down and give a bit of batting coaching to Jeffrey. Fuller ball that time by Nicenta. Little inside edge onto the pad from Jeff. Squirted away on the offside, no run. On the offside, quick single there. Well run, good judge. Point fielder right on the circle. Single to Stoward, was off the last ball of the over, so he'll retain the strike. Score after 6 overs, 1 for 17. So we've got to change a bowler on it, same guy?
And they've beaten 2 top teams.
No. Different.
Well, they were regarded as one of the top teams.
Yes, got him. Lasith is the Dabru, the captain, coming on for an over. Left arm around the wicket. That ball has eluded everyone. It's gone over the boundary. Just waiting on the umpire's call. It's a leg by. I think Jeff might have wanted a little bit of that. Thought he might. Think he might have thought he hit that one. But we'll take the 4 runs. 4 on the scoreboard, and we'll move on. Stoward remaining on 2. Oh, a shorter ball outside of stump, waiting to be hit. Stoward having a solid crack at that, but he's a little bit late on it, and it goes through to the keeper. Got that one out to the deep point fielder, the deep cover fielder, sorry. Another one to Jeff. Score on 22. Stoward to 3.
Oh yeah, he's sticking his head out. There's a dog waiting for him.
Oh, and just down the leg side slightly, but a little inside edge from Mason onto the pads. No run. And again, bowling to Mason, let go outside the off stump. And again, no run. Getting the ball through the air fairly quickly, the skipper. As I say that, little one down the leg side, called wide by the umpire. So we get to have that one again. Last ball of the over. Oh, a little half shout there. Ultimately, a play and a miss by Mason. That will end the 7th over. Spirit of Cricket 1 for 23. Nisantha to continue. The deep point fielder has come up with Jeff on strike. This is the first one, a bottomish edge into the ground. To the gully fielder, no run. Jeffrey will be hoping for one to come out of the middle of that bat and beat the fielders. It's quite quick here, the outfield. Full value for shots once you beat the infield. Nisantha in again. A play and a miss by Stoward. Getting a little frustrated with himself here. Just needs to calm. Watch the ball into the bat. Edge and out. Little edge there behind by Stoward through to the keeper. Takes a regulation catch. I think the frustration of not getting onto a couple of those cut shots has paid its price there. And Jeff will need to go back to the pavilion and watch the rest of the boys bat. New batsman for the Spirit of Cricket is David Newham. Newey wandering to the crease after a good weekend. Nice 40 on Saturday at the number 2 field at Pagoda Army Barracks. Dropped down the order on Sunday, only to get a worm burner and be bowled for 1. But he's in good touch on tour. And much to the surprise of many back home, he hasn't been stumped yet. And there's every chance today with the quality of pitch today, with a lot of grass on board, that he may go back to Sydney after a tour of the subcontinent without being stumped, which is was never on the cards. First one allowed to go through to the keeper. Oh, little flash outside off stump there by Newey. The ball seems to have been getting through. All the boys have had a little bit of trouble with that short outside off stump ball. Struggling to get the ball through and get some bat on ball. Shot. That one. Back with a point, or pretty well on point actually. The point fielder was fairly straight. And Newey gets his innings off the mark with a 4. Nice shot. Finishes the over. Spirit of Cricket after 8 overs, 2 for 27. Not out batsman Kevy Mason on 13 and David Newham on 4. Captain Lasit Tabru to continue. Left arm orthodox, Mason and strike. Full toss down the leg side, which a little bit of contact by Mason, but not the contact that he would have liked, but he gets a single for it. Brings Newham on strike. Down the leg side, he's missed that one. Let's run away for 4. 4 wides is the adjudication from the umpire. So not the best of deliveries by the skipper. Not one of his best. The Spirit of Cricket guys will take it. Moves them along to 33. Quite a long boundary that, but it raced away. It's very quick, the outfield, that's for sure. Oh, little edge from Newey, backward of the gully fielder. Squeezed away and they'll get one for it. Good bit of bowling there by the skipper. Drew the false shot. In now. Oh, Meso looking to drive through cover as inside edged it down to the short fine leg fielder. And he also will pick up a single that was more luck than judgment. Shorter ball outside of stump, allowed to pass through to the keeper by Newey. Back to the bowler, no run. Driven through the covers nicely by Newey. There's no fielder out there. It's a lovely shot, 4 runs. It's not a traditional David Newham shot, the cover drive, but he played that nicely. came out of the screws. He'll take every one of those ones. Sweating on the next short ball that comes to him. Nine overs gone. 2 for 39. Spirit of Cricket. Nisanta to continue to bowl his third. Has the figures of 1 for 5. Really good spell so far. Oh, another good ball outside of stump. One of those where I think the ball has beaten the outside edge as Meso's taken the bat away. But a good bit of bowling. In now. Short out of stump. That appeared, there was a noise as it went through to the keeper. It's been given a little bit of glove, I believe. Meso is out for 15. Caught behind off the bowler of bowling of Nisanta. And keeper having a good morning or good afternoon. He's taken 3 catches. Meso has to depart. This looks like Aman. Yeah. Aman Akbar to continue for the Spirit of Cricket. Join Newey. Aman with his own group of supporters on tour, wife and kids. They've come out now to have a look. I expect lots of cheering, kids. Nishanta to continue, bowling to Aman. First ball, playing a miss outside off stump, through to the keeper. Been a very good spell of bowling this. 2.3 overs, 2 for 5. All of the Spirit of Cricket guys have found him really tough to get away. Fuller ball that time. Defensive shot by Aman. Back to the bowl and they run. You wishing to jump back in, Telf? I don't mind. I'll do these last 2 balls and I'll hand back over to Telf. In now to Aman. Another short ball outside of stump and another one that the Spirit of Cricket boys haven't been able to put bat on. Can only think that he's reasonably deceptive in how he comes through. He's a tall fellow. Lets him go from high. Another short one outside off stump to finish the over and another dot ball. So after 10 overs, Spirit of Cricket have moved on to 39. A loss of 3 wickets. Successful over that one, removing Mason for 15. A not out batsman, it's Newey on 9, batting well. 2 boundaries. And Aman yet to score. We'll have a quick drink after.
Lasitha. And there's another late cut shot from Jeff. Runs, and the score is now 4 for 69. That's a big hit over the top of the guy out here on the boundary. So 1 to Jeff. The Sri Lankans are definitely bowling to their fields, that's for sure. And there's another ball, and it's going down to the guy at mid-on, who's about 30 metres off 10 metres off the boundary maybe. Takes a good catch after the first attempt, which was an absolute soda. So that sees David Newham out for 25 from 29. So nice little cameo there from Newey. Sees him wander off now, so that's the end of his tour. Well done, Newey. Great tour, mate. Who the next batsman is coming out? It looks like Artie Richardson. I think that's the Artie shuffle. So 5 for 70 is the current score. It's with 1 ball remaining in the 18th over. Jeff Mays is the not-out batsman. Frozen. So the end of the 18th over is completed. Current score for the Spirit of Cricket tourists is 5 for 70. That run rate's starting to creep up again. It's back out to 8.5 and over. So good over there by Mangala. So sorry I missed the dismissal of Jeff. I didn't see how he went out. He got stumped. Sorry, thank you for that. So good bit of work there, obviously by the keeper, and the new batsman coming in, Donovan.
say it was lovely cover girl. Quite straight out of the Newham playbook. I said we go back, mate. I could eat that anywhere. I did get a couple of remotes out, and I'm sat right here. So the microphone goes. Then it John's closer to 100. Not going to donate him a couple of dollars.
Sorry for the break in commentary. Had to just do a bit of a management meeting to sort a few things out as we start to who's faced 4 deliveries yet to score, and Artie Richardson, who is currently on strike, has 5 from 7 balls with 1 4. And we see Lasith about to commence his 3rd over, has the good figures of team, yet to take a wicket. Big full toss. And a single. And was it a no ball or not? We're waiting for the 2 umpires to come together to work that out. No, and the umpire at square leg said no. The height was fine. So a single there to Artie. He's renowned for his back foot cover drives. So there is a deep cover. And they just hit uppishly over the guy, short mid off. Lockie's not looking for 2. Artie was looking to come back. So that's 1 run. 1 more to the score, takes us to 84. Artie Richardson looking for a quick single there, but sent back by Lockie. Well fielded by the player just in front of point on the 30-metre circle. And his fielders and split the eye of the needle for 4 runs to Artie Richardson. A great shot there. 70-metre boundary down there and pierced the gap beautifully. So we're going to see a bit of a charge here from the Spirit of Cricket. And I believe Lockie is going to come off injured. He's got a bit of a limp. He might have done a calf muscle. But he's definitely got a limp. But he's retired hurt on 1. So that's a disappointing way for Lockie to finish the day and the tour on 1 leg. And we now see Jason to join Lockie. To join Artie. It looked like the 2 boys were walking backwards. Obviously Artie's lovely bride was taking photos. Artie's loves his photos and he's enjoying his cricket immensely here in Sri Lanka. And that's out bowled. So that'll teach Artie for posing for the camera. Obviously he didn't have his head in the right space there. Posing for the Kim and Jace of 0. He's paying compliments to the commentary here. Where 1 bounced into the boundary for 4. So that takes the score on to 99 for 7. And as I indicated when Jamie strode to the crease, we know that he's not going to be there. Well, he may be there for a long time. Let's hope so for the sake of the game. but he's a very attacking batsman. And also we're going to organise a photo with the Sri Lankan Army women's cricket team as well. So we're looking forward to doing that at the end of the game, as I've got a few of their team players sitting in front of our commentary box. They turn around, they're all smiles. They're pretty excited to have a photo with you, Kev. Forward defensive shot. There was a single there, but it's a no ball. Too many men outside the circle. Jeff Charlesworth's taking control here, so they'll need to move someone back into the ring. So a simple mistake made there by the Sri Lankan Army. As we now, that no ball brings up the 100. So 7 for 100 off 23 overs. Jamie dances down, gives himself a bit of room. And the bowler pushes it wide outside the off stump to strengthen the offside again. So taking out the mid wicket. So we've got 3 players only on the leg side. They obviously haven't seen him bat, but they're going to obviously bowl wide of the off stump here. And he's gone bang to mid wicket, but there is a fielder out. And Jamie now moves to 11 from 12. The right-hander on strike. We have a third man. Gully, point, cover, mid-off. And that's the offside, and he smashed it through covers for 4. He's away, the big fella, with a magnificent shot through the covers, along the ground. He leaned on it and timed the ball magnificently, and just a 5 from just 6 balls. So they're ringing the field changes. Here is Laseith. So he's brought the fine leg up onto the ring and he's pushed the cover back to the boundary at deep cover. And a great shot there by Jace out to the 30-metre mark. No chance of a single there, Jace. Yeah, no, obviously running to the danger end. He didn't think he was a chance. So that sees the completion of Laseith's over. Sorry, that was Laseith. Sorry, Asitha over. So he's now bowled 5 overs and taken 1 for 24. Now we see Laseith on bowling. So the current run rate is 4.3. The required run rate is 9.56. We need 153 from just 96 deliveries. So the task ahead of them, of the Spirit of Cricket team, but these just another full toss, and it's been called a no ball. It's gone out to the point boundary where Major Gayan has picked up the delivery. So Jace, this is your moment, mate. A free hit in Sri Lanka. Make the most of it, buddy. Where's he going? Is he going to cow? Is he going over the cover? Is he got in him? Oh. Nearly got it off the square. So good result there for the Sri Lankan Army with Laseith. No. Another full toss. He hits that out to deep cover for a single. They've got good arms, the boys. faster delivery. Work down to the guy at third man, and that's going to race away to the boundary, I think, for 4 runs. And Jeff Charlesworth signals 4 runs. And our lorry driver goes off on his horn, celebrating the boundary from Jamie Pitt, who now goes to 16 from just... So the charge is on here by the Spirit of Cricket, needing 10 runs and over. Oh! And that's one way to make sure that you don't get stumped, is stick your body in front of the ball. It's 12 inches down the leg side. So good thinking there from Jamie. He was looking to get a piece of Laseith there. And he took the pace off that time. Very Jamie Pitt drives it down to long off for a single. And that's the completion of the over. Laseith's figures now are 5 overs, 1 for 33, going at an economy rate of 6.6. And the score now is 7 for 113 off 25 overs. So 15 overs to go. Change of ends with another 5 over block completed. So 145 runs is required from just 90 deliveries. 9.67 and over. We've got Jason Hillman on 6 and Jamie Pitt on 17. So we'll see Tanuja come back on to bowl his leg spin. And Jamie gives a big grunt of disappointment as he... Currently 114 for 7 in the chase. 257 from just 40 overs. But we do have Priyantha Mudaliga still to come in. He opened the batting in just 20 deliveries, so we've still got the strike power in the shed. And a cut shot there by Jace, straight to the fielder at short third man, and no run. Short ball, and he's got a top edge. It's gone straight up in the... no one's out there, so just a single to Jace. He'd be disappointed with that. Looks like he's rubbing the toe of the bat, so we'll call for the chalk, get that cue chalked up. Which brings Jamie Pitt back on strike. He'll be looking for anything short here. He's looking out here to the... I can't see, but I'm sure that there's a fielder down here in Major Gayan, one of the quicker fielders in the team. And here it comes. Bang. 1 run directly to the guy at point, who threatened to throw but held on to the ball. And Jamie gets through for a single. So we've had 3 runs off this over so far, so a tidy over here from Tanuja. There, it's a good best part of 70 metres. So Jason Hillman saving his best to the last innings here, hopefully. He really loves anything short. There's no doubt about that. And that time he middled it instead of using the cue tip. He used the middle of the bat. So great shot there to Jace. Takes him on to 11 now from just 13 deliveries. And he's told the guy, just stay right where you are. Not quite got hold of it this time, but out to the deep square leg boundary. And the return throw back into the keeper. Bit of a misfield, no chance of a second run. And that will see the completion of Tanuja's fourth over. He now has the figures of 1 for 23. So the score's now moving along quite nicely. Got 8 runs off that over. Our required rate is 9, so that's a good result for the Spirit of Cricket. Some good batting from both Jamie Pitt and also Jason Hillman with that 4 that he successfully hit to deep mid-wicket. A couple of bounces and bounced over the rope, the bright yellow rope, here in Harana, Sri Lanka. Oh, he's kicking himself there. Stayed low, obviously, but was looking to get a big piece of that ball as he looked to cut it towards the boundary out here on the offside. And again, he's got that one away. Major Arana's run round the boundary. Again, he's doing a brilliant job out there. I think he's only 27, that guy. No, he's not. He's actually 40-odd and is the coordinator of cricket here at the Panagoda base, Army base here in Arana, doing a magic job on the boundary. Part of the action today. And big chance for the Spirit of Cricket Award. Not getting a bat, not getting a bowl, but probably saving 20 or 30 runs in the field. And back foot drive down to long on to the fielder, who picks it up cleanly and returns back into the bowler. Jamie only gets a single there, which takes him on to 20. And Jason Hillman's currently on 13. And lovely shot there. The boys are going to have to run this. This will test them. And Jason's coming back for 2 as it's stopped just inside the boundary by the fielder down there at third man. And they come through for a comfortable 2 runs. So nice touch there from Hilly. Not only can he play power shots, but he can play those soft-handed late cuts down to third man. So good batting from, as the score moves on to 125 for 7. We see some field changes being made here. They brought the man off the boundary at deep cover and brought him into the ring. So they've got a long on and a long off and a deep mid-wicket. So ring field on the offside. It's the shorter side of the ground. And he's gone bang again out to the man at deep mid-wicket, who picks up, and Pitty comes, and that's the end of the over. So Jason now moves to 17 from 19 deliveries, and Jamie Pitt is 20 from 19. So a good partnership developing here between the two guys, as we see a towel and water rushed out to the guys at the completion of the 27th over. So 13 overs remaining. Current run rate is 4.7. The required run rate is off just 78 balls. So 6 runs from that over. From Tanuja, who has the figures of 4 overs, 1 for 23. Commencement of the 28th over, and he's gone bang, and the Major's put it down, or does it land just in front? But either way, what a magnificent by the Major. Not only did he have an attempt at the catch, but he saved 3 runs in the process, putting his body on the line, diving on the hard outfield, and saving 3 runs. So Jamie Pitt moves on to 21 now. And not out from the stumping. Along with the major, Gayan, the keeper. Two brilliant fieldsmen today. I think the keeper is the batsman who made all the runs in the first innings, if I'm not wrong. Oh, what a catch! Oh my God! And then in the spirit of cricket, he's walking up to him to high-five him on what was another blinder of a catch taken here at the Panagoda Stadium here in Harana, Sri Lanka. We're seeing some fine cricket being played here today by the Sri Lankan team. And a fabulous innings there from Jason Akbar. Kids, they love their Jason. So, not the result the spirit of cricket were looking for, because these two are just starting to get things rolling. But great catches turn games on their head, and we've seen a couple of magnificent catches, one by the keeper, one-handed. And that one there at cover, my God. Old people aren't allowed to take catches like that. And the batsman that's come to the crease. So we see Priyantha Mutaliga come to the crease now, after a bit of confusion in my brain. But that's nothing normal, is it, Kev? So this partnership here is probably a critical one now, with just under 12 overs to go. And Priyantha, who's the ex-former Sri Lankan, now living in Queensland. I believe in Bundaberg, if I'm not mistaken. He's the doctor, or one of the surgeons at the public hospital in he knows the conditions too well, but he's really looking forward to playing on this pitch now. So he's got 12 overs to do some damage. Let's see how the doc goes. So good luck to Priyantha. Solid start with a forward defensive shot. So Tanuja now has 4.4 overs completed and now has 2 for 24. And as usual, the doc, not wanting to have a look at it, looked to play a very aggressive cross bat slog. And a play and a miss outside off stump. So another great over there by Tanuja Godawarthana. Obviously ripped it past the outside edge of Priyantha's bat. And that sees the completion of the 28th over, with the spirit of cricket currently sitting at 8 for 128. With Priyantha yet to score, having faced 3 deliveries. And Jamie Pitt on 21 off 20. Who will now look to retake the strike. Aggressive batting. And a great shot straight down the ground to long off. Well fielded by the gentleman. 2 from just 21 deliveries. So the Doc's been kept pretty busy through the course of this tour. When you consider it was a cricketing holiday. Off the back foot, covered or an off drive down to long off. He attended the hospital on one occasion with one of our touring party. Kept busy as we've been driving around the country, stopping off at pharmacies to get some scripts for medication. As we see Jamie Pitt smash the ball down the ground again for a single to long off. So good tight bowling here from Mangala with just singles off the first 3 deliveries.
Yeah, I saw that. You short ball. Back and wait, and you can get the height. You got time.
So, this is it, folks. The last 10 overs of the 2025 Spirit of Cricket Tour of Sri Lanka. 10 overs to go. 114 runs off 60 balls. And the first delivery is hit around the boundary and well picked up again and well fielded by the major with a return back into the keeper. Not before the complete 2 runs. So we've got a few tired bodies. Obviously we've been on tour now for 11 days. But we will fight to the end here as we see the Doc smash the ball out to long off for a single. They casually jog through. He goes to 10. So Nelson, 1-1-1 to win from just 58 deliveries. So the run rate now is getting up to around that 12 run and over mark. So a big ask here. We'll see how we go. And another fielder, and it's gone straight to the boundary for 4 runs. A great shot there by Jamie Pitt. Just lifted it up over the fielder that was on the ring at the 30-metre mark. Hit through the ball. And now score, that's the 150 up. Score, that's the 150 up for the Spirit of Cricket team. Oh, he's getting a bit fancy now. Fancy now. Trying to place that reverse sweep. I guess it was on. That reverse sweep. I guess it was on. There's no one down there at third man. There's 2 players behind. There's no one down there at third man. There's 2 players behind point. And he's hit the ball past the short fine leg, and that's going to race away to the boundary. Will the fielder make it there in time? He's dived valiantly, and the ball has just flicked off the back of his hand and over the boundary. That's 11 runs from the over, so that's moving the score along quite quickly now. We've raced to 155 with 2 deliveries still to come from this over. But a great effort by the fielder there, an attempt to stop the boundary. And he's gone bang against. I think he stopped the ball. He sort of jumped and looked like he jumped. That's the end of the over now. I still had 1 ball remaining. Scoring 11 runs with the 2 boundaries by Jamie Pitt, who now goes to 33. Here they're chipping away nicely, running hard, hitting the loose balls to the boundary, picking up the 1s and 2s. Hard work in these trying conditions. I guess the current temperature would have to be around the 30-somethings, which is stock standard for Sri Lanka. 30-something. 33 degrees it is, so it's quite warm here. Not sure what the humidity is, but it seems quite humid. I know I'm perspiring just sitting here, so the boys will be doing it tough out in the middle, having just come off the completion of a drinks break. So 156 for 8 as we see Lassie come in. It's great to have Jeff Charlesworth, one of the World Cup umpires representing Australia here, supporting the spirit of cricket today. So I guess the end of that, we'll need to buy the man a beer. I'll be catching up with him and Nat tonight. Hopefully to have a bit of a drink, maybe. Although we do have our final great delivery there, fired in at the pads of Priyantha. We do have our final gathering tonight before everyone starts to make their way homes. The Spirit of Cricket tour coming to an end, so we have a cocktail party and canapes at the Cinnamon Grand Resort. And he was a long way down the wicket there, probably too high. And a play and a miss there. Very quick hands there by the keeper, whipping the bails off. Brilliant job today behind the stumps. A couple of opportunities where he missed a stumping, but other than that, he's been faultless behind the stumps, and as everyone knows, that follows us. And a shot directly to the fielder there at mid-off, and there's no run. Good over there by Lasith, the captain of the Sri Lankan team. And just 1 bye from that over, so pretty much a maiden there, so great job there. That'll make the run rate go through the roof, and it has. It's gone up to 12 points required now per over. So 101 required from just 48 balls remaining. So big job now. As we see Kamara now back into the attack. And he's definitely been the pick of the bowlers. Bowled 5 very quick overs. Sri Lankan Army team. And that will probably work in the Spirit of Cricket's team's favour, because we know that both Jamie Pitt and Priyantha Mudaliga love pace on. So expect some fireworks here from both batsmen. Just waiting for Lassie to get his field right. As we see Kamara now come into bowl to Pitty, who's 70 metres plus out there. So great hit by Jamie Pitt. And as I did mention to you, it's going to work in our favour because both batsmen do like pace on. And Jamie will just keep hitting through the ball here. It'll be critical for... And that's a leg by. And they scamper through for a quick single. And that's probably the ideal line and length to be bowling to Jamie Pitt. Cramp him up. Don't allow him to free his arm. 164 for 8. 2 balls completed in the over so far with 7 from. Looking for run rates of around 12 per over. So it hasn't blown out yet. And that's a pull shot there by Priyantha that's been misfielded there at mid-wicket, but backed up brilliantly in the field by May. Complete just 1 run there. Puts Jamie Pitt back on strike. He's eyeing off various parts of the ground. He's looking behind. So there's no fine leg. There is a deep third man. Ooh, and he's taken one to the body, the big fella. He's quite angry with himself. An opportunity there, it was, but he just probably came onto him a bit quicker than what he was expecting, and he wore one probably inside leg, I would say. So there'll be a bruise there to show tomorrow morning, if not today. So there's a deep mid-wicket and a long on. So big gaps on that side. And he's gone down the ground again. And that's another 6 to Jamie Pitt, and he is on the march here as he races now to 45 from just 35 deliveries. Looking for a single there, but well fielded by the gentleman at short cover. So that's the end of that over. A good one for the Spirit of Cricket team with 14 runs from it. Takes the score to 171 from 33 overs. So 7 overs remaining now. 87 runs from just 42 balls. So game on at the artillery base or barracks here in Sri Lanka. We see Priyantha on strike here, and we also note the keeper is keeping back, which is an interesting move. And he hits the ball down the ground. It's misfielded by the guy at mid-wicket, and they come back for 2. So good running by Jamie Pitt and Priyantha Mudaliga, scampering through for 2 off the first delivery of the over. So that's 2 deliveries gone. That second delivery is dotted up. Deep square leg boundary just for 1, where Major Gayan picks the ball up, throws it back into the keeper on the full. And Jamie picks that ball up again, hits it out to the square leg boundary, and it's misfielded by the fielder out there at square, and it goes for another boundary to Jamie Pitt, who races to 49. So it's not coming up here at all. Next delivery, Jamie gives him the charge, hits straight down the ground Fielded well by the man in the deep at long off and restricts the score to 1 run. Going to bat on. Have a bit of a technical issue here with the laptop, so I'm going to do this manually now and just stand and call it as I see it. So Doc hits the ball down the ground for a single, and that's the end. And as things heat up out on the ground, things are heating up here in the commentary box. I've lost scores from the laptop, so I'll have to come over here and see if I can work it from here. And Priantha is now 15 from just 21. And we've lost internet connection, that's what it is. Cords are getting too hot here. It's 33 degrees. Jamie Pitt's on fire, destroying the Sri Lankan Army bowling attack with some lusty blows. Having hit he's hit 2 sixes. And the score is now 8 for 180. So we're back up live again. 181 it is. So 66 runs from 28 deliveries is required. Big ask, but the boys are having a crack. 9 for 192 is the score. How'd you go, Newey? Yeah, no, we've been told not to sit in that row. Anyway, so he's taken a fall on. So the Docs hit the ball out. That's racing out towards the boundary. A fielder's coming around to pick it up. They'll get 2 runs off that delivery. David Newen came up into the grandstand and sat on a seat and broke it. I don't know what that means. Does that mean he's too heavy? He's had a great tour? Or just bad luck? Well, I don't know. It's been a good tour. Great pull shot there by the Doctor out to the square leg boundary. Picked up by the fielder and returned for 1 run. And the temperature's just gone up a notch here. It's 9 for 201. With Kratzman on 11 and Priantha on 25. So Kumara currently bowling. He has 3 for 23 from his 6 overs. Kratzy didn't get onto that one at all, and it squirted out to mid-wicket, and fielder runs round, picks it up. They scamper through for an easy single. But the breeze has stopped here now, and when the breeze stops in Sri Lanka, it gets bloody hot. And I think we said the temperature was 33. It feels like 46. Just going to have a quick check to see it. Yeah, it's 34 degrees now. And a miss hit by Priantha out to mid-wicket for another single. So the run rate's going through the roof now. We're up to 15 and over. And we need a couple of boundaries. Have 2 deliveries left. Let's see what Kratzy can do here. He's charged. And a great take by the keeper as it died. He took it down low. Maybe deflected off Mark's body as it went through. So 1 delivery left from Kumara's 7th over. And he's gone bang down the ground. There's a fielder under it. He's attempted the catch. He's put it down. and just 1 run to the score. So a good over there to the Sri Lankan Army team. Well bowled, Kumara, with just 5 runs from that over. Too much information there, Newey. It's a family. We have a family show here. So the required run rate now is getting a little bit out of control. We're going through the roof. We're now 17 and over required. 55 runs off just, or 54 runs now off 18 overs, 18 balls. Wish it was 18 overs. We'd cruise it in. Has pulled that round the corner. It's running away. It was a great effort, and I think it's just going to go over the boundary line for 4. So a very handy boundary off the first ball of the over. Exactly what's required if we're going to be a chance to take a victory out against the Sri Lankan Army in what's been an absolutely amazing tour here. Filled with great cricket, great food, and he's gone bang again. And that's another boundary to Mark Kratzmann, batting at 11 here as a tail ender. And we see Jeff Charlesworth must be getting a bit hot, mate, sitting out there in the shade at square leg. He did umpire a game yesterday, but the temperature is just ridiculous at the moment. It's quite humid. They pushed the man back to the boundary at backward square. There'll be one on the boundary at mid-wicket. And he tries to give himself some room here and just gets it back to the bowler. So no run there. That's two balls with no runs. So the current score is 9 for 212 with 2 balls remaining, 46 from 14 deliveries. So we need some sixes here. And he's gone bang, and the Major is under it. Oh, it's hit him in the shoulder. Ricocheted off his shoulder, back out onto the ground. So a drop catch there and a chance to Mark Kratzmann batting at 11 as a tail ender. And some would say that's where he belongs. So the required run rate is now 20. Yeah, it's 20. That's a wide. So it's a handy run there. So far 10 off this over. Yep, so 13 deliveries remaining. 44 runs required. We'll see what the Doc can do. He dances down the wicket, hits the ball straight to the fielder at short mid-wicket. And that's the end of Priyantha Mudaliga. There's another batsman coming in. Alan Bagur. So there you go, guys. Alan Bagur, been to the hospital today, split his webbing, received 7 stitches, received lots of kisses and cuddles from the nurses at the local hospital. He's a trooper and a dead set legend, and he's a Queenslander, and he's tough. He's coming out to bat with one of his best mates in Mark Kratzman at the other end. And obviously the live scoring stops at 10, so we'll just keep going, I guess. And we'll have to improvise, will we? Yes, I've been told yes. But when we're on tour, we like to try and give everyone a bat. So we've got Mark Kratzman out there in the middle at the moment. And I don't know what that's done. But either way, it's gone for 4 runs. 4 byes again. So it hasn't even made contact with... Hasn't made contact with any part of Mark. Bat, pad, body. Missed the keeper. Raced away for 4 byes. So handy runs here late in the day. 40 from 11. That's the equation. 10 4s. If we throw in a couple of 6s there, who knows? Anything's possible. Let's see what Kratzy can do. Great delivery there. Lassie, very experienced cricketer here. Yorkers in at the toes of Mark Kratzman. Can't do much with that. He comes down the wicket and then flicks it round the corner. He's going to be looking for 2 here. And Mark's decided, no, there's no way I'm getting back for that. So now we're going to see what El can do. He's got one hand, basically. It's I think it's his right hand. It's got the stitches. There's blood all over his shirt. You wouldn't expect anything less from a Queenslander. Tough as nails they are. And El's one of the toughest. So 3 balls in the over remaining. Run rate now is 26, so it's out of hand now. And he's gone down the ground with one-handed shot, only to be stopped by the fielder. Batsman and bowler nearly collide at the non-striker's end. Two captains, Mark and Lassie. It's been a fantastic game here today as we draw to a conclusion. And El's gone bang down the ground for 1, straight to the fielder. Fielder picks it up, returns into the bowler. So that's El Bagur's first score. He moves to 1. Mark Kratzman is on 23 from 17. And a very, very crafty delivery there. Pace off. And that's the end of the over. So 6 balls to go to conclude what's been an absolutely amazing game, an amazing bucket list experience for the Spirit of Cricket touring team to be allowed to play on the Panagoda Oval at the Panagoda Stadium in Harana in Sri Lanka. We're going to share at the end of the game some best player awards and presentations to the hosts of today's game, the Sri Lankan Army. We're also going to have team photos, and hopefully we're allowed to share a few beers. I'm not sure whether beers are allowed on an Army compound, but we'll wait and see whether that takes place, or we'll just share in a quiet water. So the last over, and it's a play and a miss from Mark Kratzman. Or is that Al? That might be Alan Bagur facing. Five balls remaining on the 2025 Sri Lankan Spirit of Cricket Tour. And Mark's gone snick down to third man. The fielder misfields it and it goes for 4. That takes the score to 224 for 10. And yes, we're still batting We're batting 13 players here. Alan Bagur's out there with a busted hand. 6 stitches, is it? I thought it was 7, so there you go. 6 or 7. It's made a mess of his hand. But anyway, he's out there like a trooper. Let's see if he can swing and a miss. So Alan Bagur on strike. He's looking to go big and finish with a bang. He's had a tremendous tour with the bat and in the field and off the field for that matter. He's met so many women around Sri Lanka, and he's gone bang down the ground, and that's smashed over cover. It's going to race away for 4 runs. A magnificent shot from Earl. As the score goes to 228 with 2 deliveries remaining. And it looks like Mark Kratzmann will end up not out, batting at 11. Currently sitting on 23 from 18. Alan's just going to stand and deliver. He's not going to look to work a ball around the corner to give Kratzy the strike. He's just going to try and hit boundaries here right now. Where's he going? Cow. And he's gone down the ground. And it's going to be fielded by the gentleman down on the boundary for a single. So the last ball of the 2025 Spirit of Cricket Tour of Sri Lanka against the Sri Lankan Army veterans is about to be played out. 229 for 10. Can we finish at 2:30? 2:30 it'll be. That's the end of the game. A fantastic game played in great spirit between the Spirit of Cricket and the Sri Lankan Army Masters. And we'll have a quick wrap up. We'll quickly just go through the Army team. They batted first, were sent in by Mark Kratzmann. They made 8 for 257. The star of the show was definitely Manuel Karothara, who made 73 off 45 deliveries with 8 fours and 2 sixes. And Sahan Perez made 43 from 44. And there was a couple of other guys. Tanuja Gurdnawatha made 29 from 33. Demitha Wickramasinghe made 23 from 46. And the skipper, Lasith Labru, made 21 from 26. And the best of the bowlers for the Spirit of Cricket, we saw Kevin Mason claim the first 2 wickets, bowled his 8 overs, 3 for 38. And we had Jamie Pitt, 5 overs for 36. Artie Richardson chimed in with 1 for 44. Aman Akbar, 1 for 39. Atavia Hamant took 2 for 36, and Lachlan Donovan bowled 4 overs and took 1 for 31. So, with the bat, the stars of the show was definitely Jamie Pitt, who made 50 from 39. Priyantha Mudaliga, 26 from 30. And at the end, Mark Kratzmann made 24 not out from 19, while David Newham also chipped in at the top of the order with 25 from 30. So that left them 230 for 10. And with that, we might just leave it there now. And I'm going to go down and shake hands and join in the celebrations with our new friends that we've made from the Sri Lankan Army. So thanks very much for joining us here from the Spirit of Cricket Tour of Sri Lanka. If you're interested to join us, please reach out. We've got some fantastic tours planned over the next 12 months and looking forward to you joining us then. Thanks very much for joining.